This is the June 11th, 2024 regular meeting of the Chatham County Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission.
The board consists of Ms. Karen Jarrett, Chairwoman, Mr. Travis Coles, Vice Chairman, Mr. Wayne Noah, Secretary, Ms. Lorraine Bowles, Treasurer. Board members are Mr. Dwayne Stevens, Ms. Elizabeth Epstein, Mr. Joseph Irvine, Mr. Tom Wildwoody, Mr. Jeff Nortricia, Mr. Shredrick Coleman, Ms. Tracy Amick, Mr. Joseph Welch, Mr. Michael Kagler, and Mr. Jay Melder. The MPC Executive Director is Melanie Wilson.
The June 11th regular meeting of the Chatham County Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission will now come to order. We will pause for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would stand, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. All right. For staff, petitioners, and members of the public who are participating, our procedures will be as follows. The agenda is broken down into several parts. First, notices, proclamations, acknowledgments. Next, the consent agenda, which consists of items for which the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation and there are no known objections. This will be followed by regular business, old business, and adjournment. For each agenda item on regular business, the staff will make a presentation. The staff presentation will then be followed by a presentation from the petitioner, should they elect to do so. The petitioner will be allotted a time frame of no more than 20 minutes. The board may then ask questions of the petitioner or staff for clarification. Afterwards, the floor will be open for public comment. If you wish to comment on an item that the board is considering at the time, members of the public that are in person must fill out a speaker card and give it to staff. If you are participating virtually, use the raise your hand feature on your screen. Do not use the feature until the item you want to comment on is being considered. At the appropriate time, you will be recognized and staff will unmute your microphone. At the end of your allotted time, as determined by the chair, your microphone will be muted and the chair will recognize the next speaker. The total public comment time will be less than or equivalent to the petitioner's presentation time. Therefore, for those participating online, it is important for you to use the raise your hand feature during the hearing on that item if you want to speak on a petition. Once the floor is closed for public comment on a petition, no additional public speakers will be allowed. If you are not certain you want to speak, still use the raise your hand feature. Or if you're in person, fill out the speaker card and you will have the option to decline when your name is called. After public comment, the petitioner will have the opportunity for rebuttal. Then address any additional needed questions by the board. Finally, the board will take action. All right, our first order of business is approval of the agenda.
Coles, motion to approve the agenda.
Noah, second.
All in favor, voice vote?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Notices, proclamations, and acknowledgments. We did have a finance committee meeting this morning to discuss the finances. We had no votes taken. We also had a personnel committee meeting this morning, and there were no votes taken. Items requested to be removed from the final agenda: Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map Amendment, 1950 Benton Boulevard, 76 Highlands Boulevard, number 24002877-CA, and the associated map amendment request to rezone from PDC to ILBC at 1950 Benton Boulevard, 76 Highlands Boulevard. 24 002501-ZA. Is there anyone here who was planning on speaking on those items? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Cole's motion to continue those items to the August 13th meeting.
Noah second.
Okay, all in favor, voice vote?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we also have an item to be removed. Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map Amendment at 1421 West Gwinnett Street, 24001813-CA, and the associated map amendment to request a rezoning from TR2 to TC1 at 1421 West Gwinnett Street, 24001759-CA. Is there anyone here who wanted to speak on those items? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Cole's motion to continue those items to the August 13th meeting as well.
Noah second.
All in favor, voice vote? Aye. Any opposed? All right. On our consent agenda, we do have approval of the May 21st, 2024 meeting minutes and a major subdivision, Brookline Phase 4, 109 Fenway Street, file number 24003102-SUBP. Is there any discussion on those items? Motion?
Cole's motion to approve the consent agenda.
Noah second.
All in favor, please voice vote. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have no old business. That takes us to regular business. Text amendment zoning ordinance, Article 7, Section 7.13-1, Hotel Development Overlay District 24-000558-ZA.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Edward Morrow, Director of Development Services here at the MPC. This is a request to amend Section 7.13 of the zoning ordinance, which is the Hotel Overlay Development District, with regard to Cohen Street in particular. You can see an aerial view of the site on your screen right now. And so just to show, at present, this is what the Hotel Overlay District currently looks like. This is the map. And hotel placement within this particular area, which is actually the Downtown Historic District, is guided by this map. And there is a combination of street frontages as well as these areas that are designated by certain colors that regulates whether or not a hotel can be placed within a given area and not necessarily its zoning district here at this location. So these are the appropriate frontages that are approved for hotels within this area. Anywhere that is indicated by red is a place where hotels are not presently allowed. Any place that is indicated as yellow is permissible for a small hotel as long as it has the red frontage. A small hotel being 16 rooms up to 74 rooms. And then a large hotel indicated by this green area with a minimum of 75 rooms. And so again, this is regulated by a combination of both these colored areas and then having a street frontage that is identified in red. This particular request would add Cohen Street to this list, and it would also make Cohen Street red here, and you can see it's already green, which would indicate that were Cohen Street added as approved frontage, this would be a location that would be actually on both sides appropriate for large hotel development. In reviewing this particular petition, and I will do my best to be brief because again, you will hear extensive testimony from the public today, both in opposition and in support. So just to go through some of the facts and findings that are relevant to staff's determination, the petitioner proposes to construct a hotel on the parcels that are adjacent to Savannah Station, which was originally constructed in 1912. And the Board of Assessors currently identifies this as a cocktail lounge. This is a historic resource. It is resource number 1732. The current zoning of this property is DX, or downtown expansion, and a zoning certification letter indicating the zoning administrator's determination that this is appropriate for all uses within the DX zoning district has been appended to the agenda. The subject parcels are within the Landmark Historic District, and they would require a certificate of appropriateness for recombination under recently adopted amendments to the city's subdivision regulations. And so even if the hotel overlay were approved, if a recombination of the parcels that are proposed for development was to be petitioned, then the Historic District Board of Review would be required to issue a COA for the recombination of those parcels. Approval of the requested amendment would also authorize future development on an approximately 11.53 acre parcel zone DX that's owned by the Board of Education. So again, this is a request to add this entire street here, Cohen Street. If you can follow my pointer, everything that adjoins Cohen Street would, based on the request, be allowed for large hotel development. Historic Jewish cemeteries are located on both the north and south sides of Cohen Street. The first identified as resource number 1731, and the second as identified as 1730. And these are believed to date to the mid-1700s. The present petition is submitted with an associated petition to amend the Historic District height map. And that is relevant because, again, there are applicable development standards. In particular, if the future hotel development is proposed as a connection, I will point out that there is an associated provision that requires, it is somewhat conflicting because it means that an addition must be diminutive, in essence, to the historic resource. And so that would likely conflict with any potential design, particularly a height increase, being that this provision within the historic district guidelines would not allow it to be taller than the historic resource that is there. I'll also note just there is also a provision within the zoning ordinance that requires that burial plots be placed a minimum of 100 feet from a residential use or residentially zoned parcel. Again, this is not a request to establish a cemetery, and so these requirements would normally apply in a context where you would be siting a new cemetery. Interestingly enough, everything that you see in these green boundaries represents 100 feet from the existing cemeteries, and you can see that none of the structures, particularly Esther F. Garrison School, when it was constructed, none of these are within 100 feet. The Esther F. Garrison School, it seems to have been strategically placed at least 100 feet from the exterior wall of that existing cemetery. So just to give you a point of reference, again, within the ordinance, not trying to cite a new cemetery, to be clear, but there is a 100-foot distance requirement between new cemeteries and residential buildings. There is also a 100-foot separation between just this new development and everything that adjoins these cemeteries happens to be pervious surface. There's no concrete, there's no development, it is a grass lot. So no development has taken place within that 100-foot area. A representative for the owners of one of the historic cemeteries submitted research showing that the historical boundaries of the cemeteries were larger than is presently indicated by their existing walls. And their research suggested areas within the proposed development site are speculated to contain burials. Alternatively, the petitioner has provided ground penetrating radar data from the site indicating that no graves were identified within the area proposed for hotel development. Finally, City of Savannah Traffic Engineering submitted documentation that queuing of vehicles on Cohen Street in relation to regular operations of Esther F. Garrison School makes the proposed addition of hotel uses in this area inadvisable. To offer you some views here, this dashed area contains the site that is generally proposed for hotel development. You can see it is immediately adjacent to a one-story portion of the Savannah Station historic structure. This is a view from Cohen Street looking down this substandard path. And this is actually a view on Cohen Street itself. You can see the Blake in the distance here. You can see Savannah Station. This is the site that itself is proposed for development. This is the school, and this is a playground that is across the street from the school. So if you could, if this petition were approved, you would at some point in the future expect to see a hotel within this general area. Staff does believe that Cohen Street was likely excluded from the original hotel development overlay because of its proximity to sites of historic significance. The historic Jewish cemeteries are located on either side of Cohen. With that, MPC staff does recommend denial of this request. If, however, the Planning Commission is inclined to support the request, staff does recommend approval for only the portion of Cohen Street that is requested in association with the development to be added to this hotel development overlay map, and not the entirety of Cohen Street. Again, only that segment that would adjoin the proposed development area. With that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is the petitioner here?
Yes, ma'am.
Pull up one.
Do you know which one?
It's the one it's on the agenda. I don't know if it's on.
Okay.
Sally attached to the bottom of the agenda.
Okay. Is it just this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Robert McCorkle on behalf of the law firm McCorkle, Johnson & McCoy, here on behalf of the petitioner. As staff mentioned, this site's on Cohen Street. There are some good reasons why it would make a good hotel site. First of which is it's immediately adjacent to an existing hospitality use. Savannah Station was constructed in 1902. It has over 8,000 square feet of event space and hosts weddings and parties and fundraisers on a regular basis. You've probably attended one there in the past, I would guess. It's also located in close proximity to the in-market arena and to the Canal District, where the city is wanting to be developed nearby, and will provide a great location for a hotel to supply rooms for people coming and staying for concerts at the in-market arena. It's also outside of the National Landmark Historic District. There's been some pushback in recent years about having hotels in certain portions of the Landmark District adjacent to residential houses and in areas that are considered residential. This site has virtually no neighbors. This is an overhead view of the site right here. You scroll down, this gives a little bit more, and I'm going to leave it oriented this way for a minute, but this gives you a little bit more insight as to the actual location of the property. We're adjacent to a large-scale 250,000 square foot student housing facility, Garrison Elementary. There's a county municipal building here that now may be the Department of Transportation. And then also I-16 is immediately adjacent to the site, and actually the edge of the site is the right-of-way of I-16. We also have on and off ramps behind us to the south. The property is zoned downtown expansion. This is important to note because of both the uses and the development standards that apply in downtown expansion. The development characteristics of downtown expansion are supposed to be consistent with downtown and connected to the central business district. The DX district was adopted and intended to accommodate larger buildings and uses for the development of the west part of town, particularly west of MLK. If you look at the use schedule, and this is actually a condensed version of the use schedule of the permitted uses, and it allows virtually every use in the zoning ordinance other than what's allowed in heavy industrial areas. Some of the examples of uses that you can have include apartments, continuing care retirement homes, upper story residential, dorms and student housing, adult care facilities, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, office, medical office, interior sports complexes, all forms of retail, event venues, distilleries, bars, restaurants, hotels, including hotels of 75 rooms and more. So hotels are a permitted use in the district. You'll also note here the setbacks. There are none. The DX district has 100% lot coverage and 0 setbacks on all sides of all projects built in the DX zone. The height map, without the height map, the allowed height in the DX zone is 8 stories. Here it's allowed to be 4 stories under the current version of the height map. This is a picture of the hotel overlay map, which is what we're here to ask for an amendment for. So even though hotels are a permitted use in the district, and even though the road is inside of the large-scale area for hotels, it's confusing when you look at this map a little bit, because unless there's a red line on the road, you can't actually put a hotel on the particular street. And that's the issue that's before you today. It's the very limited issue that's before you today, which is whether or not this would be a good location for a hotel. The question is not, can or should this property be developed for anything? It can be developed, again, by right, for a zero lot line, 4-story apartment building or dormitory or office building or multiple other uses. What we're asking for is just to add one use to a list of between 50 and 75 uses to allow it to be a hotel. That is the singular change. There are 2 reasons presented in the staff report as to why we had a recommendation for denial. One is that Cohen Street is not an arterial or collector street. I want to point out the fact that we supplied a zoning confirmation letter from the city of Savannah that hotels are not required to be on a collector or arterial street. In fact, most of the other streets west of MLK that you see on this map that have red lines on them, including Jones Street and Zubley Street and Ann and Bryan, a bunch of these other streets are not arterial or collector streets. They are located immediately and very close to us and have red lines on the map, but not Cohen Street. There was also a comment from Traffic and Engineering that because the city of Savannah has not been able to control parents queuing to pick up their kids from Garrison Elementary, that a hotel use as opposed to any other use on the site would not be appropriate. I want to point out that Traffic and Engineering has not seen a site plan. There's been no site plan review of this project. We haven't submitted one. But we did look at it, and I think it's worth noting that if a hotel use isn't appropriate on the site, does that also mean that no use is appropriate on the site? That an apartment building or an office building or a restaurant or other uses that are permitted by right, which could have significantly more traffic, potentially would also not be allowed because there is a school on the site and parents are lining up to pick up their children. I will note that the queuing at Garrison Elementary occurs 180 days out of the year at one particular time of the day in the afternoon, which is in the middle of the day. It is not entering rush hour, it's not during dinner time, and it's in between check-in and check-out times of a typical hotel. We've also looked in the traffic manual, because there's no reference in the comment from traffic about what the actual traffic produced by a hotel or any of the other uses that are already permitted are. So I just want to show this to you, just to show you that traffic generation per bedroom for an apartment in the morning, 0.37 trips per unit or per bedroom, and in the afternoons, 0.39. A hotel is 0.46 and 0.59. So they're 0.2 more of a trip per unit between a hotel and an apartment, which is allowed by right on the road. This difference is not significant. I'll also point out that an office building, which is also permitted, which also probably would be a large-scale development, has almost 3 times as much traffic as an apartment building or as a hotel. And that use is permitted by right. I'm going to flip this over here as I work my way down. The second reason that is referenced in the staff report is the proximity of 2 historic Jewish cemeteries that are located along Cohen Street. It actually says in the staff report that this is likely the reason that the street was excluded from the hotel overlay district. I'm unaware of there being any evidence of that being the case. It's also a little bit confusing because the staff report shows 100-foot buffers around these as drawings that are part of the staff report, but the 100-foot buffer doesn't apply. Our original staff report, this has been going on for several months, we've been working with the trustees of the cemetery, but the original staff report stated that nothing could be built on the site within 100 feet. We obtained again a zoning confirmation letter that section 8.3.1 of the zoning ordinance does not apply to this site in any way. In fact, our zoning ordinance is over 500 pages long, and in that 500 pages, there's not a single protection for cemeteries or burial sites. The only protection that exists in our ordinance is the fact that if it's a contributing structure, you have to get a COA and go through the process with the Historic District Board of Review. So one, we don't believe there's any basis for stating that the school or the dorm were located 100 feet away because of an ordinance that at the time didn't actually exist, but particularly because, for instance, with the Blake, the lot line of the property line happens to be 120 feet away from the cemetery. They couldn't have built it closer because they didn't own the property that was closer. So there are other reasons as to why those buildings might be more than 100 feet away. Also, it's worth noting that the project that we're wanting to build neither has a residential building or a residential zoning, and that the standard only applies to new buildings. And so it is confusing, but I do want to confirm again that the zoning administrator has confirmed that there are absolutely no buffers and no setbacks from cemeteries in the city of Savannah, and that the 100-foot buffer does not apply. Our city is historic. We have cemeteries everywhere, and we have constructed next to them and around them, and in certain cases over them for centuries. I want to show some examples. This is the wall, the eastern wall of the Colonial Cemetery downtown. Obviously, a historic cemetery. Along this wall, there are several graves which are dated in the 1700s. You can see here the historic police barracks building, which was built in the 1800s, that is built up on the wall of the cemetery. There's also, if you go around the streets, there are other large buildings built all around the cemetery, the Colonial Cemetery. This is actually a line showing the barracks building built on the wall of the cemetery. This is one that interests me because I happen to be attending a baseball game at Jenkins High School, and there's a cemetery in the middle of campus at Jenkins High School. It used to be located in the parking lot. Now it's located next to a building and immediately adjacent to the baseball field. This happens to be a cul-de-sac in Dutch Island I used to live next to, with grave sites buried in the middle of a cul-de-sac that the road drives around. And this is famously the Dotson family, Richard and Catherine Dotson, who are buried in the runway at the airport at the City of Savannah Airport. I'll show this picture to show the graves and the burial site, the Mordecai Sheftall Cemetery, that's at issue here. You can see that I-16 is located immediately adjacent to the cemetery. In fact, this is the view from I-16. You can see the wall and how close it is to the cemetery wall. It's actually 17 feet away. The concrete is 17 feet away. The right-of-way of I-16 itself is the wall. This is the marker for the right-of-way of I-16. It is located on the wall of the cemetery at issue, and that is a picture of what its current state is as of today. We have an HBR process in the city. We have a COA process that this project is going to have to go to. In that process, we will address such issues as how to address the building towards the cemetery that exists there. But that process is to take place separately and after we get through a lot more work than what we've done so far and submit site plans, et cetera. You're going to hear today, frankly, some really incredible stories. This is also, by the way, the northern wall of the cemetery to show you that the historic Savannah Station building is built 10 feet from the wall. You're going to hear, again, incredible stories today about the cemetery. You're going to hear that Mordecai Sheftall, who was the highest ranking officer in the Continental Army, is buried in that cemetery. The Minus family and other families who were on the first boats that came to Savannah and had the first children born in the state of Savannah are buried in that cemetery. It was also a rallying point for Haitian and French troops in the Battle of Savannah, one of the bloodiest battles and bloodiest days in the Revolutionary War. It's incredible. I'm a history buff. I love it. I honestly didn't really know this cemetery was here. I've lived here my entire life. And this hotel and this project has brought it to my attention that it's here. And I think it's amazing. All these stories are true. And the cemetery should be honored and it should be protected. And there should be things done to prevent the walls from being affected by any construction that goes on next to it, whether it's ours or theirs. And we're all moving in that same direction. You're also going to hear today, as was mentioned by staff, that this was all part of a larger parcel and that there are potentially bodies that are buried in the ground outside of the walls of the cemetery. I want to make 2 points on that. One is we did perform subsurface penetrating radar testing for the whole site. We used a company called GPRS, which is the largest private subsurface contractor in the United States. And more than 20 years of experience, they argue to have over a 99% accuracy rate, and they have over 500 offices across the United States. They tested the entire site outside of the fence line and determined that there were no bodies on the ground. You also may ask is how the property was shrunk so that this larger area now is no longer included in the walls. Based on the historical documents we read, in 1893, it appears that the trustees of the cemetery sold the remainder of the site. As it was originally left in the 1700s from King George and put into a trust, it was intended that there would be potentially a synagogue on the site. At some point, they determined that wasn't going to happen due to the neighborhood around them, it sounds like, in 1895. And the trustees of the cemetery elected to sell it so that it could be developed. And they actually sued in court to get permission from the court to allow them to sell the property. And in doing so, they sold off the property that surrounds the walls and buffered this cemetery from other properties. It also led to the development of the railroad and of Savannah Station, which was actually a trucking company built 10 feet from the wall of the cemetery. That property has been located in a very busy industrial site for a long period of time. This is a picture from 1888 from the Sanborn maps. This will show you the cemetery here. This is the Savannah Cotton Mill, which was located immediately across what was described as a pathway back here, which is a city right-of-way back originally. This is the cemetery, the original piece of property from the cemetery fanned out like this in a triangle. This will show you the 1912, I think it is, or 1918 Sanborn map. It looks very different. This is the cemetery right here. After the trustees sued to be able to sell the property around the cemetery, this building, which was a truck depot, was built immediately adjacent to it. Additionally, you can see here there are truck sheds attached to the wall of the cemetery. These railroad lines were put in, and the old Union Station is up here to the north. This is a picture of Savannah Station adjacent to the site. You can actually see here the railway barn in the background, a large-scale building. This is a picture from inside the cemetery from the 1900s, showing the water tower that was part of the railroad site adjacent to it. And this is actually a picture looking down the railroad. You can see the water tower right here. The cemetery was basically essentially located in the rail yard, immediately adjacent to it after they sold the property. And so all of that has to be said that this cemetery has been through a lot of trouble over the years. It has been adjacent to railways and water towers and train sheds. It has had trucking depots built within 10 feet of its walls, and now its walls sit 17 feet away from I-16. The good news is that the current owner of the property and the seller, who's my client, the developer or the buyer, don't want to put this kind of pressure on the cemetery. We'd like nothing more than for this cemetery to be properly maintained. We don't intend to build anything on the cemetery ground. We don't intend to disturb graves. We don't intend to do anything that is going to harm this cemetery. The owner of the property has allowed access for maintenance to their cemetery over the years because technically they can't even access the exterior of the walls because they don't own any property around the exterior of the cemetery. The developer and I have been in discussions with the trustees of the cemetery for months. We have worked with their lawyer and we have tried to reach an agreement with them. At their request, we had the GPRS study done and we looked to make sure there weren't bodies in the ground. We engaged Cody Tharp, who's a structural engineer, to review the walls. Unfortunately, his report showed that they have not been maintained and that the stucco wash has declassified and showed has failed. Their interior bricks are in poor condition and there are chunks of the walls that are falling off. But he does believe that with proper protections and controls, the construction will not likely undermine the walls, because instead of driving piles and doing other things, we will do it by drilling and doing the ways they build other historic buildings all over our city adjacent to historic properties. If we didn't build buildings next to historic buildings and cemeteries, we would have very few buildings in this city. We've redesigned the project twice at the request of the trustees. We created a setback of 15 to 35 feet from the wall of the cemetery. That's significantly more than currently exists to I-16 and more than currently exists to the Savannah Station building. We moved the garage entrance away from the cemetery wall so it would be farther away. We put all sanitation internal into the site. They asked us to move the rooftop amenity to the other side of the building so it wouldn't be looking into the cemetery, which we agreed to do. We agreed to do complete construction maintenance of the walls during the project and to repair any damage that would possibly come out of the project that we did. On Friday, we learned that the trustees were requesting some additional things from us, which included only having a hotel of less than 75 rooms, having a maximum height of 3 stories, and that we construct a commemorative Revolutionary War plaza adjacent to the cemetery. So these were not things we were able to agree to. But I tell you all that just so that you know that even though we didn't reach an agreement, it's not for lack of effort. And it's not because we're not concerned or we're trying to build something right up against this walls of the cemetery or we're trying to hurt the cemetery in any way. Philip Solomons is one of the trustees of the cemetery, is a friend of mine. We have no intention of picking a fight with Mikveh Israel or with the trustees of these cemeteries or desecrating any kind of history in the process of doing this. But this site is going to be developed for something. My client, HOS Management, is local. He's been here for more than 30 years. They have a great deal of experience developing hotels in historic areas, including the Cotton Sale on River Street and Factors Walk. They're local and they're engaged and they're experienced in their community. They're the right person to do this. And we've shown our willingness to protect this cemetery throughout this process over the last 6 months. So in closing, I'd like to just point out what the main two criteria that are before you today, because ultimately, all of that is really to tell you that we've worked really hard, and we are going to work hard to make sure that nothing happens to this cemetery. In a way, if you read staff reports or you read the comments from the public, it would seem as if we are building this on top of the cemetery, or we're somehow infringing upon the walls of the property of the cemetery, which we are not. Two main criteria. Number one, is the text consistent with the remainder of the zoning ordinance? We believe that it is. The DX zoning ordinance is intended to be an extension of the commercial business district. City Council designated this area both on the future land use map and as the zoning in NUZO as DX for commercial business district. It allows larger scale, taller buildings and almost every use in the ordinance. So we believe this is consistent with that. The second criteria is, does the text amendment represent revision to necessitate, that has been necessitated by changes over time, changing circumstances over time? We believe that it does.
Got one more minute.
Sure.
Mr.
The area has changed a lot over time. The in-market arena has been constructed next to it. The city has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the Canal District immediately adjacent to us. The mass and scale of development west of MLK has changed completely. The adoption of the DX ordinance for the specific purpose of creating these uses here has changed. We think that this text amendment acknowledges this change. We would ask that you approve our request to amend the hotel map to allow this one singular use to be added to the use schedule for this property. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff or Mr. McCorkle? No questions?
I'll ask
All
one.
right.
Mr. McCarthy,
Yes, ma'am.
you may have covered this. Did you talk about the number of vehicles that you anticipate coming in and out of the hotel?
Yeah, we're expecting, we'd like to have about 100 rooms, ultimately, if we build this with 5 stories. We're going to park it underground. There's going to be underground parking, so we have to park the site, obviously, and that's going to somewhat control how many rooms. Let's say it's close to 100 rooms. Based on the manual, it's about, in the evenings, 5 o'clock traffic, let's say, 0.57 trips per room. So that's about 57 trips. In the mornings, it's more like 0.49. So in the mornings, you would expect somewhere around 49 trips, which is not a huge number of trips. Again, the Blake, as an example, which is built on the same street, has 248 bedrooms. At 248 bedrooms, it will generate significantly more traffic, based on the room count anyway. And then obviously there are other uses that are permitted on the site that would generate more uses, more trips than a hotel, but that's what we would expect.
I was asking because I've been stuck in the traffic behind the parents
Yeah.
queuing for their children
Yeah.
on Gwinnett, right? So,
Yeah.
and I was just anticipating what additional trips would include.
You know, it's not just Garrison. I mean, my kids, it's like every public and private school in the city, I think, and a lot of those schools are located on substandard streets. A lot of them, most of them are not located on arterial streets. They're just not. And so at almost every one of these schools, for a short period of time, in the morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, and in the afternoons at 3:30 in the afternoon, there's backed up traffic. There's no doubt about it. The concern here is that the comment about that was so blanket in nature and not related to the request that we're asking specifically, that it would seem to indicate that no use would be permitted. And any use here, again, if an office building, if we applied for a 4-story office building, 0 lot line, built up against the wall of that cemetery with no setback, we would never come before this board. We would have a site plan, I guess, that had to get approved, and we'd go for a COA, and we'd deal with how to deal with the size of the building at that point. But something's going to get built here. The property is for sale. Unless the city condemns it or trustees buy it or something else happens, there's going to be something built here, and it's going to put some amount of traffic on the Cohen Street. We just don't believe that this singular change has a delta enough that it's going to be a significant difference.
Thank
Anybody else? Well, I certainly have a question for you.
Okay, I've been ready.
I understand you're saying that the traffic is school let out, school. I've done this a lot, and I agree with you. Everywhere in town, everywhere you have a school that has younger children, you are going to have traffic during the morning and during the afternoon. My bigger concern is, well, there are a couple of bigger concerns. One is that there's a playground right across Cohen Street that your hotel guests will be driving on to get in and out of the hotel, and the children will be crossing to go over to the playground on the other side of Cohen Street from the school. That is a major concern for me. One of the big concerns that I have in this town, and it's not even associated with the school, is the museum and the railroad center, and there's a crosswalk there to get between the two, and it's not,
Yes.
yeah, it's not safe.
We would be 100% supportive of the city putting in a crosswalk with flashing lights for the times of the year and the times of the day when kids are crossing across there. We would love for them to put in that crosswalk. Again, I think that is a concern. It's a concern for anything that gets developed on Cohen Street, and it's ultimately going to go through a site plan process and be studied by traffic engineering about how improvements can be made, and maybe that's one of them, is how to address it. But that situation, that playground, that crosswalk is going to be there whether this is an apartment or a hotel or an office building or a restaurant. So the issue is going to have to be addressed. We just don't think that the hotel use is exacerbating that problem.
But it does create a little more traffic than, say, an office park would. I mean, office park would be morning traffic and then late afternoon traffic, generally speaking.
According to the traffic engineering manual, it's about a third as much traffic as an office building would produce.
Okay.
It is slightly more than an apartment building, but it is almost a third less. I think we had that, happy to show that, but it's about a third less than what an office park would use. And this, again, these are copied, and I cut and tape them because it's exactly out of the traffic manual. So that's just copied, and that's peak hours, morning and evenings. Sorry, I'm not getting that just quite right, but that'll show you the percentages or the number of trips per day.
All right. I think that's it for me. Anybody else have anything? Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
This one's for staff, actually. I just want to clarify and make sure I recall correctly. The 100-foot buffer, that is for new cemetery only, correct?
That is correct. That is section 8.3.1 for establishment of a new cemetery.
Okay. Now this is for Mr. McCorkle. Mr. McCorkle, if I believe I heard you correctly, you said that buffer that you guys are proposing in the event that you get a vote in the affirmative, is 15 to 35 feet buffer?
Yeah, let me show you the.
And just want to get an understanding of that range from 15 to 35.
Understood. It's my mother would say that the cemetery is cattywampus on the site, if you're familiar with that word.
Yeah, my uncle's 84. He uses it all the time.
There you go. So the cemetery is cattywampus, if you will. So if you look at this, this is the latest site plan. Again, we redesigned it. This is the latest site plan. So you can see here the cemetery. This is I-16. We're about 17 feet here. This is the existing building for the Savannah Station, which is about 10 feet here. This is our building. We originally proposed that it be 10 feet. What we originally showed the trustees was 10 feet because we were trying to be consistent with the historic location of the Savannah Station building. And so we originally had it kind of over here pretty close. They asked us to back it up, and so we changed it. This point right here is about 15 feet at the corner. This corner here is about 35 feet. So because of the way it's laid out, and what we're proposing here is for this to be pavered and green space. This would remain open at ground level in order to create a buffer. They've also asked us to give them a permanent easement to allow for maintenance of the walls of the cemetery. The walls some of them are in pretty bad shape. And so one of the things that we had agreed to do in connection with this too is not only leave that space around for them, but to also put in place a permanent easement so the trustees would have the right to go around and do whatever repairs were needed.
So, and I just want to also understand, looking at this drawing, you scroll to the perfect thing. This is an actual physical attachment to the Savannah Station?
It is going to, and Andy Lynch may be able to better answer that, his architect is here today. We're going to talk more about this in the height portion of this discussion, but it will not attach to in the sense that it's going to be added onto, but it will be up against it, yes.
Okay.
In part of the location right here. This space here will remain open.
Gotcha.
At least that's the current design.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
All right, anything else? Go ahead, Mr.
Just to
Miller.
clarify that last comment, it will be part of Savannah Station or will not?
It's all part of the same project. So
And
the
we'll have
property-
entrances from one to the other
Yes, I would anticipate that it will. Part of
without
the-
going outside?
Right. Part of the reason of having the hotel in this particular location is because it will be able to facilitate use of that event facility.
And you spoke of a permanent easement for the cemetery. Can you give me the dimensions of that?
We never got far enough to do that because we weren't able to meet some of the other requests that they made.
Okay.
But typically, in my practice, we do a fair amount of those. Usually, they're somewhere between, usually around 10 feet, which would allow people to get by with equipment and whatever machinery would be necessary to do the repairs to the wall. But we didn't talk specific feet, whatever is needed. They only have about 10 feet in the gap between the building now, so it would probably be something consistent with that.
Anything else? All right, so
Thank you, and I'd like to save time to rebut briefly.
we do have a number of speakers here. Because of the huge volume of speakers, I would like to limit the speaking to a minute and a half. If you are interested in speaking on this and you're online, please use the raise your hand feature. The people who are speaking, we're going to have a bell that sounds when you have 30 seconds left so you can wrap up your thoughts. And I do have Mr. Jones here as one of the speakers, and he has several people who have given their time to him to speak. I want to read off their names, and if there's anybody that I read off that didn't want to give their time to Mr. Jones, please speak up. I have Seth Grenay, Alan Seidman, James Hunsrucker, Anthony Lembick, Bob Greenberg, John Brown, Michael Thompson, Carrie Rosen, Michael Edward, and Teresa Victor. Oh, yes.
May I add my email that I signed up?
Sure. What's your name?
Susan Atkinson.
I don't see your card here.
I signed in when I came out on it.
Did you fill out a blue speaker card?
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
You need to fill out a blue speaker card.
So, Madam Chair, is that with hers, would that be 11?
I'm sorry?
Is that 11?
No, that was 9, and I have one more, Ron Fagan.
And with
And there would
hers?
be 11 if she fills out a speaker card.
Okay, thank you.
So that would give Mr. Jones 16 and a half minutes. And Mr. Jones, 2 minutes? All right, that's going to put us over the 20 minutes. Okay, all right. So that gives Mr. Jones 22 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, but.
Just give him
20 minutes? I'm sorry?
I agree.
All right, 20 minutes.
I'm sorry, I was just inquiring whether Mr. Jones is going first.
Yes, please. Yes. That's why I wanted to limit it to.
So what is the total time?
You can have 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Okay, awesome.
I thought we,
Jones' presentation, Cohen? Okay.
for clarification, these individuals are given their time to speak.
22 minutes?
The petition.
But overall, we're going to be exceeding the petitioner's time.
Are you good? I can scroll.
In the beginning.
So,
Okay. Mr. Jones, you're going to get 20 minutes to speak, and the rest of the individuals who speak will get 2 minutes each.
Thank you very much. Should I begin?
All right, can we let Mr. Jones get started, please?
Good afternoon. The good news is I might not need all 20 minutes. My name is Andrew Berrien Jones. I'm with Thomerson, Jones, and Edwards, and we're counsel to the Congregation Mikveh Israel and the trustees of the Mordecai Sheftel Cemetery. Our clients are the owners of the Levi Sheftel Cemetery and the Mordecai Sheftel Cemeteries. We object to the text amendments and support the recommendations of MPC staff, and we also offer additional reasoning why the text amendments must fail.
Isn't he with the applicant?
We'd like to note, of course, that the applicant's proposed structure and what he's asking for is a large hotel. As you saw on the hotel map, you can be a non-permitted, a hotel might be not permitted, a hotel can be a small hotel in yellow or a large hotel in green. So it's not just that he's asking for a hotel, he skipped over the small hotel category. And it's going for the max, which is a large hotel of 4 to 5 stories. As was also made clear in the prior testimony, this is an addition to Savannah Station. As you can see on the lower left, that's the cover of the architect's plans. This is Savannah Station, and that's very important as we get to further provisions. What they're not showing is the actual addition itself. So on the right is a conjectural mock-up. So you're going to, this project would be a large block of a building sitting on top of that contributing structure. As mentioned, the Savannah Station and the 2 cemeteries are contributing structures in the downtown Savannah Historic District. They're in the Historic District. It might not be part of the National Historic District, but it's in the Savannah Downtown Historic District, which is subject to the Historic District overlay in Section 7.8 of the ordinance. We've got on one side of Cohen Street, the Levi Sheftel Cemetery from 1765. That is built in Levi Sheftel's garden lot. Every one of the original settlers got a house lot, a garden lot, and a farm lot. The Savannah Station is in between the two. And if you note in yellow on this map, and this is the official MPC building map, you can see the Garrison School, and you can see the cemetery, and around the cemetery there is a buffer because ground penetrating radar, GPR, was performed, evidence of burials was found, and there was a negotiation to create a buffer around that cemetery. At the bottom is the Mordecai Sheftel Cemetery, which also sits in a garden lot, Mordecai Sheftel's garden lot, and in fact he is buried in that cemetery. As was mentioned, the burials may extend beyond the walls. In 1856, you can see the Hebrew congregation had a much larger parcel of land. On the right, I've superimposed it on the Sanborn map. You can see Savannah Station occupies part of it. The cemetery is in the far left of what was that piece of property. And we have documentary evidence from the 1840s in the temple's records that the burial area was extended at some point 75 feet north, 75 feet to the south. And if you note that this is a picture of the basement level parking. So we're 3 stories down. We're building a 3-story underground parking garage next to a cemetery. And in fact, it is crosses over that garden lot line. That diagonal line is the northern boundary of the Hebrew congregation per the 1856 map. And the shaded yellow areas where there are likely burials from based on the historic documentation. The seller has denied us access to the property to have radar testing performed by a contractor of our choosing. The contractor chosen by the seller admitted that its study was not conclusive, saying no subsurface investigation or equipment can provide complete image of what lies below. So you've got the fox watching the hen house here. We have a contractor we'd like to use. We'd like to detect if there are any remains of the ancestors of the members of this congregation. And our contractor, the Lamar Institute, a highly respected contractor who's done a significant amount of archaeological work in this vicinity, they do not consider the seller's contractor's methods to be adequate to find burials or human remains. Mordecai Scheftel, as mentioned, was the highest ranking Jewish officer in the Continental Army in the American Revolution. There's the DAR plaque scenes from inside the cemetery. His tomb is on the lower right, which is the closest point to the hotel. This was a very significant site in the Siege of Savannah. It was the rendezvous point in the battles. It appears on contemporary maps. You see the French map of the battle with the Cimetière des Juifs indicated. The walls of the Haitians also made their stand against the British at this location, using the walls as protection. The walls may be the only surviving masonry structures from the Siege of Savannah, an event important not just to Americans, but to all the other nations who supported us, such as the French, the Polish, and of course the Haitians. Let's get to the legality of this hotel. As Edward Morrow set forth, there is a specific set of criteria that you need to follow today in order to make your decision. The last two, the developer is not asserting. The second one, he's saying that there are new or changing circumstances because this property is a lot more attractive financially. Well, I don't think that you should be overturning a law effectively because a developer finds it in their financial interest. So we go to consistency, and the test is whether the amendment is consistent with the remainder of the ordinance, including any purpose or intent statements. And the application fails because it's inconsistent with the ordinance as to the historic district's overlays, intent to protect contributing structures, the overlay's rules for additions, the overlay's visual compatibility criteria, and the overlays the overlay subdivision and recombination rules. So if you look at the height map in addition to that and the hotel prohibition, this proposal is contrary to 6 different parts of the ordinance. This is a building that the ordinance is designed to prevent from being constructed. We'll look to the protection under 7, 8, 10 of the ordinance. The intent of the standards is to protect and complement existing contributing resources and to protect the historic integrity of the contributing resources. But we're talking about a 4 or 5 story building plus a 2 or 3 level underground parking. So as much as 8 stories, it's a massive edifice. Construction causes damage. The construction of the I-16 and I-16 caused damage to the south wall. Mr. McCorkle showed you photographs of that. And excavation 3 floors down next to the cemetery, possibly going through burials, certainly causes risk to the north wall and potentially could undermine the ground underneath the cemetery, as we've seen with Ellis Square. There are other hotels that have damaged contributing resources. The Perry Lane forced the residents on McDonough Street out of their home across the street. The excavation of 220 East Bryan caused damage throughout homes across Warren Street back in January. I was in the lobby here, and the shelves in the lobby were shaking from the pile driving. And the developer is not willing to make any assurances to us that they will not be using pile driving equipment or vibrational equipment. So the danger is very, very real. Rules for additions. The proposal is an addition. It's advertised with the facade of Savannah Station, and the name and the entrance is here on the right through the main facade, and there are doors indicated in his plans that connect the building. And the reason this is important is the 7, 8, 10 of the ordinance, this is part of the historic overlay, says that the addition must be subordinate in mass and height to the resource. So it has to be subordinate to a 2-story building. So a 4 or 5 story hotel can't possibly meet this requirement and is therefore inconsistent with the standards. And if it's inconsistent with the rest of the ordinance, then a text amendment should not be granted. The seller commented upon tall buildings in the Colonial Cemetery, but those tall buildings were there before the historic overlay was enacted. The third issue is visual compatibility. To obtain a COA under 3.19, the seller or developer will need to prove that the large hotel is visually compatible in height and proportion with the nearby contributing structures, just the contributing structures, including Savannah Station and the 2 cemeteries. Well, if you line them up, it's very clear that there is no way that a 4 or a 5-story building could possibly comply. You've got a 2- and 1-story Savannah Station, and then 2 cemeteries that are only a wall, I mean, arguably less than 1 story. So a building of that, a hotel of that scale simply would not be able to meet that standard. And then we get to the 4th issue, the subdivision and recombination rules. A single building on 3 parcels, and that's what they're proposing, requires a COA, and one purpose, and this is a relatively new law, and one purpose of this law, especially the recombination portion, was to prevent the aggregation of lots for overscale hotels. So this is a law designed to prevent what is before you today. Further, in order to recombine lots, there is one exception. The applicant must show that the proposed recombination results in the same parcel configuration that existed when one of the contributing resources was constructed. Well, his parcel has one contributing resource, Savannah Station, and when that was constructed, it was just the area in blue. So this does not permit a recombination, and for the right reasons. I mean, that is that diagonal line at the top, again, that is Oglethorpe's garden lot line, going back to the 18th century. So in conclusion, the application for a large hotel fails the first criterion for a text amendment, and that's what you're here to decide today, whether or not a text amendment can be granted under these criteria. And it fails the criteria because it's inconsistent with the ordinance as to the protection of contributing resources, at least as what has been committed to and proposed so far. Under the rules for additions, you can't build a large hotel. It's just not going to be possible. A large hotel would not meet the visual compatibility rules, and it would not meet the subdivision and recombination rules. So because this text amendment fails the criterion, you must decline it. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Mr. Jones? Thank you, Mr. Jones.
I got one quick one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
I'm just curious, since a lot of the public has yielded their time to you, has anybody mentioned what a suitable development would look like? What would be
Good question.
appropriate in you all's eyes? I'm just curious, just because at the end of the day, this can be developed by right in a lot of instances. So I'm just trying to get an understanding from the public, if anybody from the public has shared with you what they thought would be appropriate.
Well, I do represent the congregation and the trustees, and we have submitted to the developer a list of what we think is appropriate. It's a long list, but we would certainly discuss a small hotel. So you can see the law already limits the size of the hotel through these various provisions. We don't think that he can build a large hotel. So we're saying that if he changes to a small hotel, which would have to be a different application because that's not what he applied for, that would be a way that we could move forward with the negotiation process.
Okay, and I do want to clarify, I hear you loud and clear about the small hotel. However, if you look back at the overlay map, this actually falls in the green, which allows for a large hotel. I follow you. Now, the issue that we're here for now is the fact that the street itself is not included within that. But I just want to make sure we're very clear that based off of the overlay map, 75 plus rooms would be permitted if that street were on that map.
It would be, but there's a halfway compromise of, since you're adding the street, that's change, that perhaps it could be limited to a small hotel.
Okay, I follow you.
And keeping in mind that Cohen Street is a street of cemeteries and schools.
I follow you. I just wanted to make sure that we were properly communicating and that the public had the opportunity to fully understand
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
we really
Yeah,
have.
but my clients are not saying that nothing can happen there.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Jones. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have
Mr.
a
Noel?
question, a brief question for staff. Could you briefly speak about the subdivision and recombination rules?
Sure, absolutely. So
That
very
is-
recently, there was adoption of a new provision regarding subdivision and recombination of lots that are in the historic district. Ordinarily, that is something that we would handle on this side. Obviously, that would be Development Services staff in conjunction with the MPC, you as the board, if it was a subdivision that we felt warranted board review or if it were a major subdivision. These recently adopted amendments have now added a special step, an additional step within the downtown historic district, the landmark district, where any subdivision or recombination of lots within those boundaries requires a certificate of appropriateness, and there are specific guidelines, some potentially impracticable, if I'm honest, that basically that board has to permit a recombination of lots that is not, in essence, restoring a previous configuration of those lots. So any changes now require an additional historic overview before they come to you. And I would be the one to attach to the agenda and say to you, this has been given a COA or it has not.
But didn't you just state that that was in the downtown landmark district and this is not?
This is in the, so currently the hotel overlay boundaries coincide with the landmark district boundaries.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Jones. Our next speaker is B.H. Levy, Jr., and I have three cards of folks who would like to cede their time to Mr. Levy. Marjorie Levy, Rabbi Robert Haas, and Herbert Victor. You're all okay with that? Okay.
Good afternoon.
If you please state your name for the record.
Yes, I'm B.H. Levy, Jr. Good afternoon, and thank you for your devoted service on the MPC as guardians of the city plan for America's first planned city. I'm a seventh-generation Savanian, and hotels are in my DNA. My grandparents, 2 generations back, owned and operated a hotel on Bull and East Congress Streets, just a few blocks from where we are right now. Both of my grandmothers lived parts of their lives at hotels on Bull Street. My father built and operated hotels. My wife and I frequently stay in a condo adjacent to today's DeSoto Hotel, also on Bull Street. So I'm fond of hotels, provided they are located in appropriate locations. Here's why the proposed location on Cohen Street is inappropriate for a hotel. About 5 years ago, our unique city plan was the subject of a comprehensive rezoning effort. There was a lot of give and take in that process over a period of many years. The resulting zoning ordinance gives clear guidance to developers where hotels are appropriate and where they are not appropriate. We all knew that the new Inmark Arena would be built just exactly where it is today at the time that give and take was taking place. No circumstances have changed on Cohen Street that would justify revisiting the decision made 5 years ago to prohibit hotels on Cohen Street, which, by the way, I think is only 40 feet wide. The proposed 5-story hotel would sit directly across Cohen Street from the Levi Sheftel Cemetery, which Levi Sheftel established in 1765. Approximately 84 of the original Jewish settlers and their families, including Levi Sheftel, are believed to be buried at this site. Levi Sheftel served as the first president of Congregation Mikveh Israel, which now owns that cemetery. Levi was my great-uncle 6 generations back. In 1990, the Board of Education deeded to Mikveh Israel a buffer zone around the walls of that cemetery to protect the unmarked graves that had then been discovered by an investigation using ground-penetrating radar. The southern wall of the proposed hotel would lie adjacent to the northern masonry wall of a cemetery established in 1769 for Jewish burials by Mordecai Sheftel, who was Levi's half-brother. That fragile masonry wall runs along the property line separating the cemetery from the site of the proposed hotel. Mordecai Schefter was born in Savannah in 1735 and was, as others have said, the highest-ranking Jew who served in Continental forces during the Revolutionary War. He held the title of Commissary General of Issues for Georgia and South Carolina. That rank was equivalent to today's rank of colonel. Both Mordecai and his son, then age 16, were captured by British forces and were held as POWs for 2 years in a British prison. The hotel proposal would require excavation for a 3-level underground parking garage to take place less than 40 feet from the edge of the cemetery wall and from Mordecai's 227-year-old fragile raised masonry grave, which is in the corner of the cemetery closest to where the parking garage is proposed. Mordecai's wife and their son are buried next to him. Mordecai was my grandfather 5 generations back. Some of the original Jewish settlers who arrived in Savannah in July 1733, only 5 months after General Oglethorpe established the colony of Georgia, are also buried in Mordecai's cemetery, which is owned by a trust that Mordecai established in 1773. I serve as one of the trustees of that 251-year-old trust. Because its walls were clearly visible during the 1779 siege of Savannah, Mordecai's cemetery was used as a rendezvous point for about 500 free men of color from what is now the island nation of Haiti, who were providing cover for the retreating American forces. You've seen an image of the French military map from 1779, which clearly shows the cemetery of the Jews, in French, of course. Soldiers from at least 7 modern European nations took part in the battle. In addition, about 250 enslaved men of African descent served with British forces. That battle was possibly the bloodiest hour of the American Revolution, as it saw roughly 1,000 Allied French and American casualties in about 45 minutes in the area right around the cemeteries. Details can be found in statements provided by Coastal Heritage Society, Southern Jewish Historical Society, and Lamar Institute, which are in the attachments. These 2 cemeteries are among the oldest Jewish cemeteries in the United States, and they frequently attract historians, genealogists, and tourists. Among our concerns are, 1, vibration from excavating for a 3-level below-ground parking deck and from constructing a 5-story building next to this ancient wall of Mordecai Cemetery could damage both the wall itself and the raised masonry graves just inside the cemetery walls, as well as the walls of the Levi Shuttle Cemetery across Cohen Street. The wall of the Mordecai Shuttle Cemetery is the only remaining man-made visible artifact that played a role in the 1779 siege of Savannah. 2, there may be unmarked graves outside Mordecai's cemetery walls, and such graves would be desecrated by the proposed construction activities. The developer's GPR study is unreliable for the reasons stated in the letter dated June 9, 2024 from Lamar Institute. The developer and owner have denied us access to have the Lamar Institute perform its own study to determine scientifically whether this site contains human remains. 3, the proposed development site is part of the battlefield of the Siege of Savannah in 1779, and as such, it should be preserved and utilized as a public memorial. 4, as detailed in the letter from Lamar Institute dated April 13, 2024, construction on the site will permanently destroy below-ground archaeological components that can tell the story of the African-American community located there in the 19th century, as well as the story of the American Revolution not contained in archival sources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Levi.
Thank you very much.
All right, now I have a number of speaker cards. Ellie Isaacs.
Thank Thank you. Ellie Isaacs, Director of Preservation for Historic Savannah Foundation.
You have 2 minutes, 30-second warning.
Yes, ma'am. HSF is adamantly opposed to the hotel overlay and the subsequent application altering the height map. We must credit the comprehensive history that Mr. Jones provided, and we thank him for his efforts. We agree that this area is highly sensitive, hollowed ground with inconclusive GPR results. A second opinion was not allowed to be sought, as you've heard multiple times already. The 100-foot boundary that Mr. McCorkle claims is not applicable here should be, because the Garrison School respected that boundary, even though it wasn't a new cemetery that was there. So why would this also not apply to here? It's already been mentioned by MPC staff that hotel use is not advisable. The current infrastructure does not support this proposed use, as you all have notated in the pre-meeting and in this meeting. Another consideration is the approved grant funding to remove the I-16 flyover that just happened recently. So therefore, this area will see significant change to reconnect the barrier on MOK and reconnect the city grid. So we feel a pause is necessary. That's all.
Thank you.
May I ask Ms. Isaacs a question?
Sure.
Same question Mr. Stevens asked of Mr. Jones is what kind of uses would HSF see as being appropriate in this area?
I will admit that's not something that we've discussed, so I don't want to provide an answer at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Any other questions for? All right, I have Steve Edwards. Please come forward, state your name. You have 2 minutes. There'll be a 30-second warning.
Thank you. My name is Steve Edwards, and I represent the Downtown Neighborhood Association. We're strongly opposed to the text amendment that's been proposed to the hotel overlay. Others have noted the proximity of the relevant parcels to important historical sites, and we endorse those concerns. But as has been noted by Mr. Stevens and others, we acknowledge that development is probably inevitable. Our greater concern is because we were stakeholders at the time of the development of the hotel overlay, we believe that it's inappropriate to make ad hoc exceptions, particularly for putative policy reasons, which should be addressed, if at all, by the city council. Petitioner asserts the revision would be consistent with limiting large hotels to a certain location within the historic district. If that's the city's policy, it should be addressed in a larger context and not implemented on a case-by-case basis. We think that the presumption should be strongly against revision of the hotel overlay. And we also note that under section 7.13.2, the hotel overlay should supersede the uses permitted under the DX zoning, and therefore, we oppose any revision to the hotel overlay in this context. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, I have Josh Yellen.
Good afternoon, Josh Yellen speaking actually in support of this project. And I do want to echo a few comments. I actually represent the owner of the property, who some of you may know, Mr. Tim Hargis. I was a little alarmed by some of the comments that I heard in opposition to this, that Tim didn't let people on the site, that he was opposed to it, that there were issues with Tim. If anyone has ever met Tim Hargis and his late partner, they are staunch preservationists. They have supported this area for a long time. Tim has owned that property since 1997, and outside of the trustees of the cemetery, I don't think there's been any greater benefactor of that site than Mr. Hargis. He's been keeping it clean, he's been mowing it, he's been giving access to the site. He's been there when other members of the community were not. And so it's very unfortunate for me to hear today that somehow he is trying to keep people off the property, that he's not allowing testing. There was back and forth on the site. There's actually an MPC report from 2011 where they tested this area with the Lamar Institute, where they thank Mr. Hargis for his participation in the study when they were studying the Haitian burial ground and the Haitian memorial that was proposed there. So he's been actively involved in this site and in preservation. The second point is that his current use is hospitality. And so when he was approached to sell the property, he saw the change in use from hospitality to hospitality as being something in keeping with the character of the area. And the third point I want to mention, and I was trying to pull up the map that was here and Ms. Isaacs did mention it, was related to the flyover removal. If I just may finish this point, that Cohen Street, Girard Street, all of the streets surrounding this location are proposed to have interconnectivity, and that's important. I'm hearing the concerns about Garrison School, about traffic, can the road handle this? All of this is supposed to be connected to the east and to the west. If the flyover is removed, there's supposed to be a grand boulevard adjacent to the cemetery, connectivity on Cohen that's
Thank you.
supposed to run
Thank you,
towards the
Mr.
Canal
Allen.
District. So, thank y'all.
Any questions for Mr. Allen?
I don't have questions for Mr. Gillen if his time is up, but I would like to hear from staff points on his last comment about the removal of the flyover and what will be provided once that flyover is removed.
That's not,
That's the first I've heard this east-west, and I think it's pertinent to, should the flyover be removed?
it's a little beyond my specific purview.
Excuse me, if I may, I will respond to that. There's been a grant that's been granted to, or issued to the city regarding the removal of the flyover. So that process is moving forward. With regards to what happens after that, that is something that will be determined by the community and the city. But right now, there's been funding that has been granted to the city to move forward with that from DOT. And Bridget can probably, I see that she's here, she probably can go into more detail with regards to
Thank
that.
you, because I
those
think
funds.
this is very important.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Wilson. Good afternoon. My name is Bridget Liddy. I'm Director of Planning and Urban Design with the City of Savannah. We were fortunate enough to receive a grant from the Department of Transportation for the study of removing the flyover. It's going to be a probably 3-year process. We're going to be going through an equity planning effort, lots of community engagement, as well as some environmental studies. So once that occurs, then there will be more coordination with GDOT and other partners in reference to the possibility of its removal, keeping in mind that we also have a study that's going on with the bridge. So there are a lot of different moving pieces, but we did receive the funding and we're really excited about it, but it's probably going to be a 3-year process. We're in the process right now of finalizing the grant agreement with the Department of Transportation, and hopefully that will be solidified by September 1st.
Thank
Does that help?
Yes.
Certainly gives us information. Thank you. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, Mr. Yellen.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the 2011 study completed by Lamar.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us the results of that?
So that study, and I will freely admit, it did not include parts of the area that were then retested. But the study from Lamar in 2011 did not find any evidence of bodies or burials in a limited portion of the site. As this progressed and as we, representing the seller, had been working with the purchaser and then also with the trustees and the temple, there was a request to come in and test more area. The testing was done by the purchaser's GPR consultant. That report came back and affirmed that there were no burials on site. I am not a GPR specialist, but now there's apparently a dispute as to technology, which is way above my level.
Thanks, Ms. Yellen.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So what you just said at the end, I was going to ask, just for a little bit more clarification for the edification of the public, what that process looks like. But knowing that you're not the expert in that conversation, but to your understanding, just wanted to get some kind of idea of what that process looks like and its comprehensiveness. As you know, it was stated that there was question about, I think it was someone representing the petitioner, there was some question about their method in the discovery process. So
Yes,
I would
sir.
just get some clarification from you.
Very briefly, please.
Yeah, that is beyond my knowledge.
All right,
All I
cool.
could say is the request came back that the site be retested for areas that were missed. The areas that were missed were in fact retested, and the report received was conclusive in the eyes of the hired consultant that there were no evidence of bodies found.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rule Joyner? State your name for the record, please. 2
Louis
minutes.
Joyner, speaking in favor. You know, I think that everybody just maybe needs to take a step back, and, you know, it seems like we're just hearing a lot of no. Mr. Patel, who has been a member of this community for 25, 30 years, I know this would probably be his 9th hotel that he's built in Savannah. And whenever he has, this community has called for him, he's been there for us, whether it was bringing in Shot Spotter or Project Ceasefire, the 200 Club, whatever it is, this family has come to Savannah's call. You know, I think there seems to be some confusion as to whether or not there's bodies on this property, if there's burials there. Just figure that out. If there's no burials on the property, allow the man to build. It's 120 feet from the cemetery. That's not arbitrary. That is a number. It is over 100 feet. This is a property rights issue, and I say this with all great respect to everyone here who is concerned, but it's a properties right issue, and I don't think you could find a better partner than Mr. Patel. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Joyner? All right, Mr. Lynch? One more. 2 minutes, please state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Andy Lynch with Lynch Associates Architects. I was going to speak in the next section, but I'll just move my comments forward. I just wanted to clarify a couple of the comments from Mr. Jones's report that seemed somewhat inaccurate. First, I just wanted to say I'm not sure where those renderings came from that were provided. We did not provide those, and we don't really want our work shown as such, so I asked Mr. Jones where those came from. The rendering he shows a 5-story building on top of the existing Savannah Station. We're not proposing that at this time. We're planning to meet the large-scale development ordinance, which calls for a 30-foot setback of all structures from historic resources. We're setting back for 30 feet for one story. It would be lower than the 2-story building that exists there currently. We would not be driving piles on the site. These would be auger cast piles that would limit vibration on the site and any impact to the cemetery. And last, we would be providing protection and stabilization of the walls during construction to the maximum extent possible. We've consulted with Cody Tharp. I think Mr. Jones has as well. We'd be providing temporary stabilization during the process and permanent repairs ahead of any work. Thank you.
Thank you. And Josh Levy?
John Levy?
Yes, Joan Levy, I'm sorry. Apologies, my eyes aren't as good as they should be.
Might be my writing.
If you'd state your name for the record, please.
I'm Joan Levy. Good afternoon. I also am a 7th generation descendant of Mordecai and Levy Scheftel, and I've been very proud of my heritage, and I think Savannah needs to be very proud of our efforts during the Revolutionary War. And I think it is criminal that we not honor the rendezvous point for the Haitians that fought on our side in the Revolution. And I think that we need to do as much as we can to preserve what is there, the last vestige of the American Revolution in Savannah that anyone can see. This is just not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have anyone online who would like to speak?
No, not right now.
Okay. I guess, Mr. McCorkle, you can come up and rebut.
Excuse me, I submitted my name on the speakers list.
I did not.
On a list or a card? On a card. Bruce Cohen?
I thought I'd read your name.
No.
My apologies. Come on up. I did see your name.
And now you know my name. My name is Bruce Cohen.
Thank you.
My wife and I are relatively new Savannans, and what really attracted us to move here is the community's commitment to diversity and to the value of understanding the importance of our heritage. The process for renaming Taylor Square is a model for city planning that should be emulated everywhere. The designation of Yamacraw Square to honor Native American heritage here is a fantastic move forward. Similarly, we feel our Jewish heritage should be honored in a similar way. Our early history of Jewish ancestors played an equally important role in the development of Savannah. How many people realize that the largest single migration of Jews to the American colonies happened right here in Savannah in 1733? And it was this migration that stabilized the community to let us build this incredible place that it's become. As been mentioned before, this place is a sacred place with respect to the American Revolution. Indeed, the bloodiest hour of the founding of our history occurred right here. This is a sacred and monumental space that we're talking about.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Not just for me as a Jew, but for all Savannans and for all Americans, this is a special place. I'm not against the development, but like the story of Ellis Square, where we tore down something that was totally irreplaceable and never retrievable, I want us to slow down the development process so that we can figure out how to honor our ancestors appropriately for us and for future generations to come.
Time is up, Mr. Cohen. Thank you very much, and I apologize for missing your name.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We agree that the cemetery is in fact a sacred place. We also believe that development of the site adjacent to the cemetery will bring much needed attention to it, as has this meeting today. There are a lot of individuals that have a lot of strong feelings about the cemetery. Unfortunately, the state in which it is in is that the walls are falling. It is an incredible state of disrepair. It is covered in graffiti down the entire eastern wall. There are homeless individuals living along the side of the wall, along the street, as I showed in the pictures earlier. Portions of the wall have been repaired by rubber cement that has been smeared all over the exterior of the walls, as opposed to any type of historic material or anything that would preserve the wall in their proper fashion. What we've been offering throughout this process is more than what anybody in the history of this cemetery over a course of 250 years has ever offered to protect it. There was a cotton mill constructed directly across the street, immediately adjacent to it. Railroad buildings attached to the walls. The trustees of the cemetery themselves, Mr. Jones mentioned that we shouldn't be able to change the law in order to find financial gain. The trustees themselves in 1895 filed a suit in court to change things so that they could sell the property surrounding the cemetery. We wouldn't be here today having this discussion had they not done that, because they would still own everything around it and we wouldn't be able to build anything there today. But instead they sold it specifically so an industrial development could be built 10 feet from the walls. Now what the owner is being asked to do, and what they asked us in their latest request, including building a Revolutionary War commemorative plaza, which doesn't exist now, and limiting everything to 3 stories, is they want us to put back the original garden wall lines. That's the setback they're asking us to put back, the garden lot that they sold. And so what's being asked of my client and expected of my client is way out of bounds, especially given that he's offering more than anyone has ever offered. All of the laws that were cited, the ordinance that was cited by Mr. Jones as being why this is inappropriate, they were all section 7.810 and all those other sections, and then he talked about the new subdivision ordinance. What's interesting about that is those ordinances have absolutely nothing to do with the use schedule or the hotel overlay district, or what we're here talking about today. They're all provisions for certificates of appropriateness through the Historic Review Board, all of them. And so what he's pointing to is a process that we have to go through, and he's making the assumption, he's saying they cannot get this approved because it's not compatible. They cannot recombine the lots because it's a subdivision. Well, they just recombined the lots for 3 MLK to build a hotel there, and it went through HBR and got a COA to build it. So there's a process for that, and we will have to go through that process as we will an office building or apartment or anything else that goes here. So I would ask you, rather than focusing on the fact that the position that nothing can be built here because of it has to get a COA, to focus on the simple question of, is adding this one use of a hotel to the list of the other 80 uses that are permitted on this site, especially with a developer who's got my guy's experience, who's local, who's willing to give them an easement, willing to set back the building, willing to do all these things he doesn't have to do, is that inappropriate in the context of all of this? And we believe that it's not. And so we would ask that you would approve the amendment that we are requesting, because there is an amendment process in our ordinance. And our ordinance is a living, breathing document, and it gets amended all the time. It's why this body sits here. And so that's the process that we've gone through here, and if we lose, we lose, and it won't be amended. But we have every right to ask the request, and that's what we're doing of you today, and we appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have
Go ahead,
one
Mr.
question.
Go ahead.
Mr. McCorkle, it was stated by Mr. Jones, I believe, I might be incorrect on that, that the seller is denying access to his property to have their own ground penetrating study done. Is that true or is that untrue?
It's not as simple of a yes or no answer. As was mentioned by Mr. Yellen, the Lamar Institute studied the entire property in 2011, which is the person that he wanted to use. They asked us to have a study done. We hired the largest company in the nation that does this to do it. They've worked on projects all over Georgia, all over South Carolina. We hired them. They tested the entire site. They could not get to certain areas of the site. I'm explaining how this came up. They could not get to a certain area of the site because there were bushes and things overgrown around the wall of the cemetery. And there's also a fenced-in area that was locked that happened to be the day they went there. And so they asked us to mow down the material and to get to where the sonar could be tested in every single inch of the property. The dispute arose, they wanted to use their contractor to do that testing, to follow up on our contractor to test the areas that are just there. We had originally agreed to we had talked about doing that, and of course that requires us, because my client as the buyer has a contract, and that gives full indemnification of the seller if someone gets hurt on the property. They have to have insurance, all of these things. The Lamar Institute and the owner of the cemetery doesn't have a contract with my client. They don't have indemnifications and insurance and all those other things in place. So we had a back and forth about how to do that. We never reached a final agreement because they wanted to retest the whole site. And so we just asked GPRS to come back out and test those areas. We hired someone to go out there, clear the landscaping out. We retested every inch of it down to 8 feet using low and high frequency, and they came back with absolutely no evidence of anything. So that's what happened. But yes, there is correct that we did not allow Lamar to go onto the site to test the areas that we weren't able to test at the beginning. We just sent back the same crew that had done the work before.
And just for my clarification, I may have missed it. The opposition wanted Lamar to test the site, is that correct?
Yes.
And Lamar did the entire site in 2011?
Yes.
As stated by Mr. Yellen?
Yes, it was part of a Revolutionary War artifact study that incorporated the entire area around there, including all of the site. And the owner of the property was completely cooperative of them doing that at the time.
Okay, and then going back to the pile driving.
Yes.
I'm hearing that you're not using pile driving, and then someone said there was a type of pile driving. Will you be pile driving within?
We will not be pile driving. There was a comment that we wouldn't agree to not do pile driving, which is completely false.
Okay.
We have agreed to not use pile driving. We've hired a structural engineer before we ever even, we've already hired a structural engineer. We've had them go out there and look at all of this, and he is coming up with essentially best practices, which will include auger drilling anything that we have to do underground. I mean, in Savannah, we build buildings adjacent to historic structures all the time. There's a way to do it the right way, and that's what we'll do.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
I understand.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Question. Yeah. Mr. McCorkle, there's a letter, I don't know if you saw it or not, from Traffic Engineering that kind of lays out their opposition. I know you touched on that briefly, but I wanted to know if you had any further rebuttal towards that letter from, I believe it was Michelle, the Traffic Engineering Manager.
I tried to call Michelle to talk to her about it, and I hadn't gotten a return phone call yet, unless she called me today since I've been here, which is certainly possible. I saw that on Friday afternoon. I don't know when it was sent, but I saw it Friday afternoon. And I tried to call her and reach out and talk to her about it. What we did in response was reach out to our engineers to get the traffic manual to see whether or not a hotel, because I don't know whether Michelle, she hasn't seen a site plan. We don't have a site plan, or she heard that we were asking, as the letter reads, she heard that we were asking for this amendment and then proffered her commentary about it. There's been no site plan review. There's been no looking at what one use is opposed to the other. So my main comments are the same as they were, which is a hotel use does not add a significantly more car traffic than the other uses. It's significantly less than a lot of the uses that are permitted. And the stopping and standing of the queuing of the school, again, that's 180 days a year, 2 times a day at certain times. And when we go through site plan, we'll have to try to address it the best we can. But if we come back and build an office building on the site or come back and build a dorm on the site, we're likely to have more traffic, not less.
Thank you, Mr.
One last question.
Go ahead.
In regards to the traffic, did you all provide the proposed room count to traffic? Because I'm just trying to get an understanding as to how the traffic count that they are using was determined, so we can
They did not use a traffic count. We've had no discussion with traffic because, again, we were asking for a text amendment for a hotel use. And so you can see in the letter from Michelle that it shows pictures of the queuing and says we have a problem and the city of Savannah has been unable to control parents queuing up for their lines to pick up their kids. That's what the letter says. But no, there's been no review of site plan, no discussion of units. She would not have had any information to tell her how many units we had or anything like that. That I'm aware of, but I wasn't involved in the conversation.
Okay.
She does state
We're only
that
speaking of
queuing-
a text amendment here, correct?
Yes,
Right.
she does state that
None of
that
that
queuing
happened.
begins
I think she
at
saw the
noon.
application, sure.
And
Which you could look at it and say it's going to be more than 75 rooms because it's a large hotel, so you would at least know that.
Well, she also provided pictures and said that the queuing started at noon.
Right, on the street, yes, to the south of us, yes.
Anything else? All right, thank you, Mr. McCorkle.
Thank you all very much.
Any discussion?
Madam Chairwoman? Excuse me, may I have 30 seconds?
I'm sorry,
to
no,
clarify?
I'm sorry. Public comments ended. Sorry.
Madam Chairman, would you entertain
No, I'm sorry, public comment has ended.
factual matters that were not properly?
I'm sorry, public comment has ended. All right. Any comments, discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we set aside the rules and give
Mr. Jones?
the
Mr. Levy?
gentleman, Mr. Levy, 1.5 minutes, please. To respond. Just to respond.
All right, it's a motion. Is there a second to that motion? All right.
Coles, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the staff's recommendation of denial.
Oh, second.
It has been moved and seconded to deny this application. Get my list here. There we go. Ms. Amick? Yes. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Nutrika?
No.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Woody?
No.
All right, the yeses carry. The petition is denied.
I didn't vote. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Shall we proceed?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Edward Morrow. Once again, this is the second petition in association with the proposed development of a hotel at Cohen Street. I guess we will continue, even though since the first one failed, this is now irrelevant considering this is a height request in association. I guess we could be considering
Hold on.
generally.
Do you want to move forward?
We do want to move forward, ma'am. This is a recommending body to city council. We need a recommendation.
All right.
We have a much shorter presentation.
Excellent, fair enough. So this is, again, a second text amendment in association with the proposed development, this time to section 7.8.10B, which is the historic district height map, which is within the historic district design standards. Also for Cohen Street. And so here we can see the current height map. Unfortunately, I did not include the photo that would show the proposal. If you can see my cursor, are you able to see my cursor? So here at Cohen Street, the request is to include, what I'm showing right now is the site of the Blake. And so this would bring all of this area here in association with the Blake, Cohen Street, and Savannah Station up to an allowance of 5 feet. So where this is currently indicated 4, the petitioner's request is to increase this 4 to a 5. And you can see here, point B, 7.8.10B says the number of stories as shown on the height map shall be permitted. Variances from the height map shall not be permitted. And we are here to amend the height map simply because variances to this standard can't be granted. Another relevant standard is that point L, additions to contributing resources. Point 2, additions shall be subordinate in height and mass to the resource. Okay. A couple of facts and findings. You'll see some of these are repeated from the first request. The petitioner is proposing to construct a hotel on parcels adjacent to Savannah Station, a contributing historic resource, which is number 1732 in the Choctaw Ward. You can see at the end of my cursor here, this is Savannah Station, and this is a 1-story addition to it. That was previously constructed. Development is proposed on this area right here. Savannah Station was originally constructed in 1912 and is currently identified by the Board of Assessors as a cocktail lounge. It's approximately 15,784 square feet on a lot that is 18,700 square feet. The parcels proposed for development adjoin the historic structure and are also within the Landmark Historic District. They would require a COA from the Historic District Board of Review for recombination under recently adopted amendments. And for reference, this is an amendment to Section 8-2030 under petition number 23-005697 for those of you that would like to reference those COA requirement amendments to the subdivision regs. The parcels, however, are not within the original Oglethorpe plan area, and much of that interest was in regard to the Oglethorpe plan and its preservation. Approval of the requested amendments would authorize future development within the identified polygon to be 5 stories by height. So again, this would fully, I won't say legitimize, but this would make this 5 stories where this is built 5 stories with kind of this portion that was for adjoining Savannah Station, and then everything that is adjoining Cohen Street. So this is not just for this proposed site, this is also for an additional portion adjoining Cohen Street. The Blake Previously identified as Selma Housing is student housing, a student housing development located at 540 Selma Street. This 2016 development achieved a partial fifth story through grant of a COA. And this development does predate NUZO and its development standards, which were developed in 2019. However, it does not predate the height map. So the height map was brought into NUZO, but that standard was there previously. The historic Jewish cemeteries are located on both the north and south side of Cohen Street. They are resource numbers 1730 and 1731. And both are believed to date to the mid-1700s. Both are listed as contributing resources within the Choctaw Ward. Section 8.3.1 of NUZO requires that new burial plots, again, be a minimum of 100 feet. This is not to say that we are citing a new cemetery, but in reference, I raised this specifically because this new development of Esther F. Garrison School was cited in excess of 100, or right at about 100 feet from the exterior wall. So again, even though this requirement was not in place, I'm not suggesting that it is subject to this. It is coincidence, perhaps, that this was placed 100 feet and there is no impervious surface here. This is all grass, as you can see. So, in looking at this, the historic design standards were explicitly adopted for the preservation and protection of historic resources, and thus appropriateness for context should be the principal determinant in reviewing any proposed development. The end result of working with staff on the Blake was that a 4-story structure on the side closest to Savannah Station was developed, and currently staff feels that if this is any indication of appropriateness within this particular context, a 5th story immediately adjoining Savannah Station is likely inappropriate. Added to that, as we have heard in the previous hearing, that this is intended to be an addition, and so there is very obviously these subsequent provisions within the district development standards to contend with, in that any additions to a contributing resource are expected to be subordinate in nature. So with that, MPC staff does recommend denial of the request to amend Section 7.8, Figure 7.8.4 of the Savannah Downtown Historic District height map to permit 5-story development adjoining the identified portion of Cohen and Selma Streets. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. McCorkle?
Second presentation.
If you'll pull up Andy's and pull up mine.
Okay.
Should be his on the bottom and then put mine on top of it.
Okay, cool. That's a new tab. And there we go. Okay, so that's him. This is you? Okay.
You're so much better than me.
All right, I'm dropping stuff all over the place, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chairman, again, for the record, Robert McCorkle, law firm McCorkle, Johnson, McCoy, here on behalf of the petitioner. We will be brief. Without going through all the things we went through last time, we are requesting a maximum height map be revised to 5 stories, which will be consistent with the adjacent structure known as the Blake, as was mentioned by staff. First, I just want to note there's some historic context for large-scale buildings being in this immediate area and along this corridor. This is the Sanborn map we showed earlier back from 1910 or 1918, I can't remember. And this shows the large train shed and also the Union Station passenger facility. We'll flip this around just for some historic photos here. So this is a photo that shows the Savannah Station when it was under operation as Railway Express. And you can see the train shed to the back. This is a picture from inside of the train shed. It's a very large structure where all the trains came to the end of the line. They're adjacent to the Savannah Station property. And then this is the historic Union Station building, which unfortunately was torn down because it was a beautiful, very large structure in place up towards MLK. This is the site now as it currently reads from I-16. I want to mention about the Blake, this term partial 5-story keeps being used about the Blake. So the Blake is a 5-story building. The flat roof line here across the top is 58 feet tall at the flat roof line. The top of the accents, which are actually 6 stories tall, are 70 feet in height. And actually, if you look at the building from the back, because the ground slopes up from Garrison School and the garage is built underground, but in the back it's exposed, it's actually 6 full stories in the back exposed with accents up to 7 stories in the rear. So this building is very large and very tall. It also has a 43,000 square foot footprint and 235,000 square feet with about 250 rooms or dorms in the building. So it's very much a very large scale building. I just want to show you kind of coming onto the street what you see. So this is the Frogtown condo, and this is pulling on to Selma here, and you'll see that it is a 4-story building with 5-story accents, and that's what's directly in your face as you pull around to come up Selma. This is as you come down Selma towards our property, you can see there are other condominiums here as part of that building I just showed you, and then you've got the 5-story with 6-story accents, Blake, which runs down almost the entire length of the road. This is a picture of Blake from the actual street just to give you an idea of the size and mass of the building. And then this is a picture of the Blake looking back up the street. The cemetery is kind of directly behind me here to my left. This is the Savannah Station building, and then this is the Blake here in the foreground. What we're projecting our building to be is 52 feet tall. As I mentioned, the Blake is 58 feet tall at the flat roof, and it's over 70 feet tall at the peaks. And so we will be stepping down, even at 5 stories, we would be stepping down from what the Blake currently is. And I'm going to let Andy Lynch talk a little bit, and I'm going to pull up his presentation because he's the architect of this, to talk about what we kind of did in relationship to height and mass for the project, or at least what we're considering for the project.
So first, I just wanted to flip over to this rendering that we put together that shows the building in context with the other remaining buildings. This is the Frogtown building, which you can see on the end, which is the 5-story structure. There's a smaller appendage to that that's about 30 feet, and then the Blake as it sits on the site with the larger tower sections at 73 feet and 58 feet at the main mass. So this is our project to the left. It shows, so basically our hotel site is sitting behind the existing Savannah Station building. As I mentioned previously, it's not going to be sitting on top of it. And I think what's most important to discuss is that this section right here is the historic building, and we'll be setting our building back for a distance of 30 feet to our new to the hotel portion that will be 5 stories. So that's something that's prescriptive per the large-scale development standards under the HRB guidelines, and we intend on following those. Currently, we're showing all ground floor retail and active uses, which is a change from our previous submission where we had rooms on the first floor. We've shifted the vehicular entrance to Cohen Street, so we wouldn't be impacting the cemetery as we had previously in our previous submission. We also moved the entrance, the vehicular entrance, up to Selma Street instead of for the lobby drop-off, so trying to mitigate some of the parking and traffic concerns on Cohen Street. Again, we haven't developed elevations at this point. We're in very preliminary programming and conceptual phases of the project. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done with HDBR staff, and so I guess just say there's a lot of details that still need to be resolved, and we look forward to doing that.
So regardless of whether it's our project or another, the idea here looking at this corridor again is we believe that the height is not only appropriate in general as a maximum height now. Obviously, the building doesn't necessarily have to be that tall, but the maximum height. Again, if you come down this entire stretch of road, you've got 58 feet, 5 stories here. You've got 58 to 73 feet, 5 stories here, up to a 6-story. And then you continue down the line here would be our building, which at 5 stories even, we would be able to do at 50 feet. I reviewed the staff reports for the Blake. I went back and read all the staff reports and all the minutes from the COA applications for the Blake. And, you know, other than mentioning the fact that there were only 3 contributing structures in the Choctaw Ward, there was no reference to the cemeteries and no specific request that the building be reduced down because of the Savannah Station building or because of the cemetery's nearness to the site. There is a 4-story drop-off right here that is adjacent to the building for sure, and it has a rooftop amenity up here off of that 4-story. You know, we've discussed this project with staff a lot over the time, and we discussed the height with the staff over the time. And, you know, our belief through our discussions with the historic preservation staff was that the height that we were suggesting at 5 feet, given the context of the street and that it's already out there between 58 and 73 feet moving down the street, that as a maximum height that the 5th story that we were suggesting was not out of bounds with the area. And so that's part of the reason we went forward with requesting the amendment. And ultimately, how that setback will occur, again, we're 30 feet back at 1 story from the Savannah Station building for 1 setback, but how exactly that setback will occur would go through a COA process. We would work through historic preservation staff and go to HRB to get approval of anything that was to be constructed on the site. This is just to set the maximum height consistent with the other buildings. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Mr. Kegler?
And this is for staff. If this wasn't connected to Savannah Station, would the 5-story limit be, would it be against the rules to have a 5-story limit?
Mr. Kegler, Brad Clement, Development Services. I believe it is, and that controlling thing is the height overlay district.
Well, but given the Selma development, it's what's the difference between the two? They got variance? Oh, okay.
My apologies, if I could hear the question.
Now, just a question as to if this wasn't, I'm trying to draw a comparison between the Selma residential building and this one, and if they were allowed to have 5 stories, so this developer would have to go through and get a variance.
That's correct. So currently 4 is permitted by right. In kind of going back through the record that was preserved, because this was before my time. So at the time that this development was being, kind of negotiated with staff, they landed on 5 stories for the bulk of it and then 4 stories next to Savannah Station. And so there wasn't a lot of depth as to exactly why 5 stories was the cap, but it is my understanding, I've heard repeatedly, that the present parcel could achieve 5 stories as well with a street level activation. So again, this is not within my sort of everyday ordinances, but I'm not quite sure exactly how they got there. I know that it had something to do with proximity to Savannah Station, but I just tried my best to kind of go back through the record and understand what was the HTBR's process of analysis in what they came up with on the Blake.
Go ahead.
Mr. Morrow, this is for you. I think in your earlier presentation, you did make mention of the active ground floor. I know we at least discussed it in pre-meeting. I'm not sure if you said it in your presentation, but the active ground floor use allowing for a bonus story.
That's correct.
So that is something that can be achieved.
Based on my discussions with the historic preservation officer, that's correct.
If you wouldn't mind, I know that's their presentation. If you wouldn't mind going to the plan of the first floor. Just keep scrolling. You had it. You had it the right direction.
Okay. Awesome.
And I guess this question now is for the petitioner. Is this intent to be the active use from a conceptual standpoint?
We don't know yet. We've drawn it both ways. So we showed, it's not on this particular picture, but we've showed it both ways, both with rooms around the bottom as well as with activating the floor. So we're not positive yet. But it's possible, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I have for you. And one more question for staff. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Morrow, one more question. if you would pull back the overall map of the contextual map, I just want to kind of get a general idea of the proximity of the dorms that SCAD's about to build. And I believe they're, 7 stories?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Right there.
Which particular development would that be?
The SCAD dorms at Louisville?
Oh, Louisville Road, 703. Let's pull up I'm sorry. I do believe those had something like 5 stories in height. Josh. Sorry, Josh is here. It's outside. But what's the height? I believe it's 5. Oh, what was the height on 703 Louisville? Weren't you the petitioner on that one?
It's outside of the
What's the
district.
height? Don't remember. Okay, all right. Okay. Let me, I know how to.
It's all right.
Sorry.
It's all
No, I can very quickly get to it, actually. Nifty tip here for anyone searching for MPC stuff.
Oh, that is an empty tip. That's pretty dope. I didn't know that.
That was fast.
I can thank Pamela Everett for pointing me to that, so. Okay, so.
6 stories, 7 stories.
6 and
6
7
stories.
Okay. I thought I just wanted to make sure that I was recalling the height appropriately in establishing context.
Contextual.
I mean, because contextually, we're starting to set a pretty strong precedent to support 5 stories. That's just, that's all I wanted. I just wanted to be clear
But
and
it's-
understand that.
It's outside of the
Yeah,
district.
I get it.
All right, can we
I
move
get
back?
that fully. I get that fully, but
can I ask a
we're
question?
talking context, so.
No, I agree. And can you go back to the map and bring it in so we can,
I'm sorry, which map?
right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find out where we're at.
Garrison down there.
There we go.
What are we looking for?
So here we are at 703 Louisville.
Okay.
This is,
I'm just trying to look for proximity is all. Thank you.
All right, any more questions? Comments? Okay. So I have several cards here of speakers who signed up for 9 and 10. And several of those people who signed up for 9 and 10 also gave their time to Mr. Levy and Mr. Jones. Are you still interested, Mr. Jones? And are those individuals who signed up still interested in ceding their time to Mr. Jones? Anybody who's opposed? All right, come on up, Mr. Jones. State your name for the record and
Edward, can you pull up my presentation? And I kept to 12
18
minutes
minutes.
last time, so I was 8 minutes under, and I'll try to be as brief as possible
Thank you.
today as well.
you are,
I've got 9
Jones
cards, so you technically have,
presentation.
whoops, 10 cards, so you technically have 20 minutes.
I'll try to make it fast. My name is Andrew Jones with Thomerson, Jones, and Edwards, representing the congregation. And we have just heard a lot of discussion about the context. And I want to make sure that we remember today that there, in fact, is a very specific criteria that you should apply. So, pardon me here, I'm having a little trouble here, technically. So we are obviously opposed to this particular amendment, as we were the prior one. I will skip a number of slides. And the contributing structure issue in 7.810 still applies.
the applicant is trying to say that you shouldn't look at these other provisions of the ordinance because there's a process for them. But your criteria says actually you do have to look at these other provisions of the ordinance, and if it's inconsistent, it's inconsistent. And these ordinances are very clear. The ones that I'm showing you here are very plain language that we're supposed to focus on protecting the contributing structures. And if a 4-story building with a 3-story parking garage poses risks, an even bigger building with a 5th story would pose a greater risk. So on those grounds, the building is not appropriate. It is an addition. It must be subordinate in mass and height to the resource. So one doesn't need to go to the HDBR in order to know what this statute says. That's really clear, simple language. It must be subordinate in mass and height to Savannah Station. So it's not even clear why we're here today. Why are we giving a developer a 5th story when, based on a plain reading of the statute, he is not entitled to a 3rd or a 4th floor? So you're giving him a 5th floor floating in the sky, but the statute makes it very clear that he is not entitled to floor number 3 and certainly not floor number 4. He uses false comparisons. So with respect to this issue of an addition to a building, he talks about the Blake contextually. Well, it's certainly not relevant to the discussion of the addition. Doesn't limit that discussion because the Blake was a freestanding building. It was not an addition to a structure. So its existence has no relevance to the inconsistency with the addition provisions in the ordinance. Visual compatibility. Again, if a 4th-story building is visually incompatible, a 5th story is incompatible. Based on visual compatibility, you can argue 1.5 or 2 stories is compatible. Again, why give a 5th when, based on a plain reading of the statute, you don't even get floor 3 and 4? And he uses false comparisons. The whole speech you had before was all nice and fuzzy about the context and the Blake, and let's look at the Blake and how big it is. Well, there are a couple of problems there. One is that the Blake is not a contributing building. So with respect to visual compatibility, it's not a building that you can look at. You can only look at the 2 cemeteries in Savannah Station. That's what the statute requires. So this is completely irrelevant in terms of context and visual compatibility. Also keep in mind that it predates the height map. The Blake, he's arguing that the Blake is also a contextual precedent for additional floors. But he noted that the part of the Blake that's closest to Savannah Station is 4 stories, and Savannah Station is 2 stories. So that argument would say that you can build twice the height of the next contributing building. Well, we have a new building next to a cemetery. So if you're saying you can build to twice the height based upon the Blake, again, you're at 2 stories at most, if you consider a wall to be a story. So once again, he does not have the right to build a 3rd or 4th floor, so it's absurd to even think of permitting a 5th floor. And once again, the subdivision and recombination rules do apply here. And so since he can't actually build this building, and these rules, again, are clear on their face. One knows the maps. One can see exactly what the language is. This is highly negotiated language. On the face of the statute, it's clear that they're not going to be able to get the recombination. So at the end of the day, you have a request for a 5th floor on a building that can't be built because of the subdivision rules. And even if the subdivision rules hadn't been enacted, you can't get the 5th floor because you don't have the 3rd and the 4th. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Any questions? All right. Mr. Levy, would you like to share again? And would the 3 people who signed up?
Thank you, but I don't have anything to add. I can't improve on what Andrew Jones just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Victor, or Mr. Haas, or Ms. Levy, any of you want to speak? All right. Ms. Isaacs? Okay. Mr. Yellen? Joan Levy? No. Steve Edwards? Mr. Cohen?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Go ahead. Sure.
Mr. Jones' position is that we are just not entitled by the ordinance to a third or fourth floor based on the fact that it can't possibly be compatible with the adjacent building, which would imply that it's not possible to build a building taller than a historic building that's adjacent to you, which I could sit up here and list you hundreds of examples all over our city where that is the case. But also in the ordinance, it specifically states the maximum height shall not exceed 1 story greater than a principal contributing structure, building adjacent on the same site abutting the lot, for a minimum distance of 30 feet. Mr. Lynch showed you the design of the project is that it's going to be 1 story in height for a distance of 30 feet from the building, which is exactly what the ordinance requires. Mr. Jones would like to replace the HRB and to just make a blanket statement that it's not possible, and therefore that we shouldn't, why do we even need a height map in that situation, in this case? So, and I think that Mr. Mellon or somebody else from the historic preservation staff from the MPC could speak well about what the process is for the HRB and how that process proceeds in getting a COA. But that's the process that anybody who developed, whether it's 4 stories or 5 stories, is going to have to go through. We do believe that the context, as it currently sits on the site and coming down the road, which ranges from 58 feet all the way up to 73 feet, is consistent with the 5 stories and does recognize the existing condition on the road as it currently sits. And with that, we'd ask for your approval.
Any questions? All right, I have one brief question for Mr. Morrow. The goal of this text amendment is to change the height designation in this area, correct?
That is correct.
So it would not just be for the Cohen, for this particular project?
I'm going to refer to the application so that we can see the boundary that was actually provided by the petitioner. That was my error in not including that in the slide. So this is the specific geographic area that was identified, and so...
Okay, so that would include the Blake buildings and anything all the way to Boundary Street?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Mr. Morrow, Mr. Jones' assertions about structures adjacent to contributing buildings aside, by right now, the property owner could go up 4 stories, correct?
That is correct. That is based on the historic district height map. That's correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the base zoning district, but the height map is controlling here.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Okay. I'll entertain a motion or discussion.
Can you hear the motion? Can you hear
The recommendation?
Bring up staff's recommendation.
The recommendations for denial. Without, okay.
Denial, right.
Coles make the motion to approve staff's recommendation of denial.
All right, I have a motion to approve staff recommendation to deny the application. Do I have a second?
Amick, second.
All right. Have a motion and a second. Ms. Amick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kegler?
No.
Mr. Noah?
No.
Mr. Notrika?
No.
Mr. Plunk?
No.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Wywoody?
No.
Okay. I too say yes. It looks like the noes have it. Do I have another motion?
Motion to grant petitioner's request, Plunk.
Jeff Notarika, second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Ms. Amick?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
The motion is to grant the petitioner's request to change the height map to 5 stories in the area of, okay.
No.
Ms. Bowles?
No.
Mr. Coles?
No.
Mr. Irvin? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
I too say no. All right, the motion passes. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Sorry, we'll be right back. Go ahead.
Ms. Wilson? Mrs. Wilson? Do we need a motion
I
to
don't think we need a motion.
take a...
It's a free-for-all.
We do. It's just,
So what they did, because Pinckney Road would,
so what would you, before, what would you propose should be done?
I wouldn't, technically right now, they could do a smaller
Thank you. All right, so we are on regular business number 11 now. A map amendment request to rezone portion of BC property from RMF 218 to 0 Fort Argyle, 24007, 2471-CA.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Brad Clement from Development Services. This is actually a master plan amendment.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Can you go?
Dwayne is right in the center.
Come on, Wayne. For however long you can stay, another hour. All right, let's go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Clement, sorry.
No worries, Madam Chair. So this is a master plan amendment which triggers a rezoning, which is why it came to you in sort of a strange shape. This body has heard many things about PUDs and PDs at this time. This is going to look and smell like that, but it's not. It's simply a master plan development that triggers an otherwise by right zoning action, the map amendment, if you will. This current parcel, referred to as 0 Fort Argyle, which in case you didn't know is not an actual address, also known as the Hill Durance Tract, almost had a new name that didn't stick, was affected by a master plan approval which triggered the initial rezoning. The original annexation from Chatham County into the city of Savannah occurred in 2006. The original master plan that changed it from A1 to the ILT BC that you see on the artifact happened in 2022. So this site is currently operating under an approved master plan as the exhibit depicts. What they're asking to do, triggered by the falling through of a tenant space for an indoor hockey rink, they've said, well, we're not going to build the hockey rink. What else can we do? That's the question for the rezone here to allow for multifamily. They're asking for RMF 2-18 per the application. There has been site work performed on the site. Again, they are operating under an approved master plan. So theoretically, if they really wanted to build a hockey rink, they could do that by right now. They're asking to please don't make them do that. The future land map, as you can see by the yellow color, indicates that this would have been a planned development. It sort of looks and feels like a planned development. It's just not because of the by right zoning and the lack of creative development standards. So this is out of the book development standards for those zones. So there's nothing magical or hidden about any of that. There have been some negotiations as it regards to buffers, setbacks to accommodate for some of the residential uses, the industrial uses that are incompatible with the residential and the neighbors. But by and large, this is consistent, and it seems appropriate since the hockey rink isn't going to happen now. So to that end, the staff recommends approval so that this development can continue to go in a more useful purpose into the future with some conditions. The GDP submitted and reviewed in association with this petition shall supersede all previous versions of the master plan. There have been some minor changes to the master plan as it currently existed. Those consist of minor changes on the industrial parcels, like I said, which are undergoing site work at this time. They did not trigger a new master plan approval by this body. It was approved at the staff level because, again, of the very minor nature of it. We're asking that the new GDP that reflects all of these changes be entered in and be the driving master plan from this decision going forward. Also, buffer encroachment remediation shall be installed as indicated on the revised master plans for lot 1, 2, and 3. Those are the internal lots, the 6 lots fronting on Fort Argyle Road. There have been some negotiations, both as it relates to the original master plan and some changes that had occurred and how they intend to remediate that. And 3, where land is disturbed, a type D buffer shall be installed along a portion of the property line in the northern commercial pod that adjoins the IL zoning. And that's tied to land disturbing activities. The master indicates indicates the location of these notional apartment buildings. They will have to come back with a site plan. That site plan is likely to change. And so where it is appropriate, we're insisting on those buffers, pending your questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Mr. Yellen?
Are you attached to the agenda?
Please state your name for the record.
You meet at the last item on the agenda. There it is, Cowan, 0 Fort Argyle. That's it.
And you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. I will not need 20 minutes. Whatever extra time I have, I will yield to the gentleman behind me. And the gentlemen behind me are Wynn Cowan, who's the principal with Cowan Investment, Greg Coleman, who is the project engineer, for the site. The subject property was before you in 2022. I don't know how many of you were on MPC in 2022, but if you were, this property was before you, and here's an aerial map showing that property. At that time, the property was rezoned to 3 zoning classifications. The back parcel, which is purple on my screen, I hope it's purple or blue on yours, was rezoned to light industrial because the district was bounded by a mixed-use development and also by other IL and IH districts, including the waste management landfill. The middle portion was zoned to ILT, light industrial transitional, and we used at that time the 150-foot Georgia Power easement and the 50-foot Southern Natural Gas easement as the defining boundaries. And most importantly, the portion up front in red was rezoned to BC, which is the community business zoning classification. It was our intention to build an ice hockey facility. Many of you may recall that on the front piece of this property. And this is the site plan that shows that facility. Mr. Cowan was and still is a part owner of the Ghost Pirates. Sometime after that rezoning, the city of Port Wentworth entered the picture and offered a number of incentives to move the ice hockey facility off the site. They offered $6.5 million in a low-interest loan. They offered a $1 million donation to the project. They offered to spend $1 million on marketing. And if that wasn't enough, they also donated the land, made it pad ready, and offered all the permits. It was impossible to say no to Port Wentworth. Needless to say, offer was accepted, and there's going to be a $42 million hockey rink and amphitheater. I believe it's called Anchor Park in Port Wentworth. The BC tract is 58.84 acres. We only attempted to rezone this with that use in mind. The ice hockey rink and the facility needed a BC zoning, and but for that facility, we would not have asked for this zoning classification. So today's petition is a request to rezone not all but a portion of the property to the city's RMF2, which is the multifamily classification. The current proposal, and it is a sketch plan, that's a concept now, is for 360 units on this acreage that's roughly 13.5 units per acre. Our petition says 18, but we wanted to be conservative. We'll be well under that. And as I think you know, the city's zoning ordinance goes up to 40 units an acre. At 13.5 or 15 or 18, we're very much at the low end of the density scale. In contrast, if this property were to remain BC, and we're only looking at the northern portion, not the other piece, if it were to remain BC, it would accommodate a shopping center of approximately 250,000 square feet. I always use 12 Oaks as my measuring stick. 12 Oaks is 110,000 square feet with a large grocery store. So this could accommodate 2 times 12 Oaks and then have some more for retail. So bottom line, without our hockey facility, we recognize the need to reduce our acreage and commit it to some other use. And we believe that multifamily is an appropriate use at this location. For the record, we have met with our immediate neighbors. And you can see that there are some lots literally in the middle of the property, and I'm sorry I don't have a pointer to get you there. But we realized in building our spine road that we had disturbed some of what was going to be a buffer for our neighbors. So we went to them, we showed them our site plan, and literally they signed off. All of our neighbors, that bottom left corner is the signature of our neighbors who are on our site. And here is lot 1. We've agreed to put up a block fence with our buffer being 60 to 68 feet wide. Here is lot 2, also signed by our neighbor. We're going to have 68 to 83 feet of natural vegetation with an 8-foot chain link fence with an opaque screen. And here is neighbor number 3, who has also signed. This will be 83 to 93 feet buffer. They've also asked for an 8-foot chain link fence with an opaque screen. In addition to meeting with our immediate neighbors, we also met with our surrounding neighbors at a meeting organized last week by the petitioner and by MPC staff and by the West Chatham County Community Watch. I'm not good at estimating, but I think there were about 40 to 50 people in attendance. Does that sound about right? 40 to 50 people. Also in attendance were Mr. Morrow, Mr. Clement from MPC staff were both there, and Commissioner A. Whiteley was also there in attendance. We did learn some things at that meeting, which I'll share with you. We did learn that there is a dirt road called Pinckney Road, and it does cut a corner of our property. It does not affect our zoning petition any more than it affected our previous petition for commercial. But when we do come back with a site plan, as Mr. Clement mentioned, we will have to figure out a way to accommodate Pinckney Road. But it should not affect what is before you today, which is the rezoning of the property, a corner of the property, from commercial to multifamily. We also learned that the neighbors were surprised to hear that we had already spoken to our neighbors. It was a sort of a funny conversation. They're like, you need to go speak to your neighbors. And we're like, we already have. And they signed off. The neighbors also asked for better communication on topics such as our start date and any modifications we may make to this plan. We have agreed to do that. We kind of appointed A. Whiteley as the contact person because he was there. Maybe he won't come to meetings anymore, but he is now our contact person. We also agreed that we would contact MPC staff on any relevant dates, any relevant modifications, but we have no issue with improving communications. MPC staff has recommended approval with 3 conditions. We agree with all 3 conditions, of course, with the additional comment that once we figure out and accommodate Pinckney Road, we'll be back with a new site plan. But what is before you today is just the zoning petition. And please understand that it is not a zoning petition for all of the commercial property, only the corner, I call it the northern corner. The other corner will remain commercial. And that was the other thing that I learned from the neighbors. And I'm sorry I didn't mention it. The neighbors generally want the balance of the front property to remain BC. And that was sort of a surprise to us. We are going to keep it BC, but as a general stance, the neighbors agreed with that position. So we would respectfully request approval of staff recommendation. We're happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Any questions?
I just have concern about Pinckney Road. And I don't know if you need to answer this, staff or our county manager. Is this a any type of public right-of-way? Is it an heirs right-of-way?
No.
Is it any type of,
I'm showing you the aerial, which is the first photograph.
right?
I don't know, can I point it out on the screen, or is there a?
I see Pinckney,
It's the
right
light.
above Argyle, and then it cuts the corner.
Yeah, if you look at like maybe the G of Argyle.
Right.
Go straight up.
Right.
It actually cuts the corner of our neighbor's property
As well.
before it cuts our corner.
Well,
We
it
can,
cuts-
we can build multifamily and leave that road exactly where it is. We might have to push buildings further away. We might have to come back with 3- and 4-story buildings rather than all 3 and all 2. But we have to come back with a site plan.
Okay.
And based on what we heard at the meeting, we're not going to ignore the comment. We will have to deal with it.
Okay.
I would say at the very least, Mr. Noah, likely a prescriptive easement. I believe Mr. Pinckney when he says it's been there for a long time. But I actually, you can actually go on Sages, you can actually travel down the road. It's a dirt rutted road.
Very
Looks like-
familiar.
But I don't believe it's a public right of way
Okay,
and never
thank
has
you.
been. Sorry.
Mr. Noah, it is not a public right-of-way. The county was somewhat shocked to know that it was there. They had indicated that given the amount of surface mining activity to the rear of these parcels, it was likely over time readapted for this purpose. It's unclear if the county wants to look at that when we come back with the plan.
Okay.
Because it does not currently meet the private access easement requirements.
Correct. But it still is access.
It is.
To certain
But this
individuals.
entire process will give us an opportunity to go back and
Right.
recheck that, things that were not checked in '06 or 2022.
That's the only issue I have with this plan.
Mr.
Want to
Noah.
make it very clear.
Thank you, Mr. It it is also not the only access for the property, but it is an access, and we recognize it. Okay?
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2 speaker cards. Tara Williams. If you come up and state your name for the record, and you can get 3 minutes.
Something, because I know I can't handle this, but something like this. And my name is Tara Williams. I am the owner of the property at 362 Fort Argyle, and Pinckney Road does cut through our property to give access to part of our property that's on the other side of Pinckney. And I'm just having him pull up MapQuest so you can kind of get a better idea of what it looks like. So our property is here, and then you can see that Pinckney comes off of Fort Argyle, and then this little piece right here is part of our property. So I'm not opposed to anything that's going on. I just, like he had stated, I just wanted to make sure that Pinckney Road was going to be, acknowledged, and there was going to be some sort of plan to give us access to that property. We do have a major access to the pet resort that we have, but right behind there, you can kind of see in this area here how green it is. That's an extremely wet spot. So for us to be able to cross over that property and get to, the piece of property we have over here, it would be way too wet, and, it would take a lot for us to be able to build that up, to be able to have access to that. So my main thing is just making sure, that Pinckney Road is acknowledged, that it's there. We purchased the property 5 years ago, and, that's our main access to get to that little piece of property over there in the corner.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have Jeremy Pinckney. Is it Jeremy? Jerome? Sorry.
I relinquished my time, ma'am, because they covered my concerns about the road.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Yellen, you want to add anything?
I'm so used to 20 and 30 people coming to the podium that.
Me too.
We fully support staff recommendation. We pledge to you, as I stand at this podium, we will come back with a site plan. We will accommodate Pinckney somehow, some way. We know that we have to do that, but the petition before you is to rezone a portion of what is BC, which, as y'all all know, would permit convenience stores and bars and taverns and liquor stores. We're removing that element, coming back with a more appropriate use, multifamily with a density of not more than 18. So with that, we will rest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Motion?
Coles make the motion to approve staff's recommendation with the included conditions.
Irvin, second.
All right. Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes?
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
I'll say yes, too. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, our next item is Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map Amendment, 2180 East Victory Drive. Mr. Notrika?
Chairwoman, I'll be recusing myself on this.
All right, would you like to step away from the podium? Step away from the Diaz. Wow. All right.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Edward Morrow again. Items number 12 and 13 on today's agenda are connected. The first is a future land use map amendment from residential general to commercial suburban, which is necessitated by item number 13, which is a request to rezone the subject property. So just to make the connection between these two. The first is a determination of the appropriateness of a change of the future land use map. Again, the subject parcel is currently indicated as residential general, which is a relatively higher density residential future land use category. And so you can see that this is a subdivided portion of a property that has actually been developed as just over 100 apartment units. The subject parcel was previously brought in for consideration at a higher zoning classification, and so this is just a few years later where that request was unsuccessful. And so in looking at another future use for this site, staff was asked to determine an appropriate future land use designation for this. And so I'll just make note at this point, this is the civic and institutional district for an office type use that is right next door to the subject parcel. I'll just ask you to keep that in mind. On the subject parcel, there's currently a residence that was, it's a historic residence. It was built in, I believe, the early 1900s, maybe about 1930, but it is not within a historic district. There are no protections for it. And again, none of our local districts would apply to this particular piece of property. So according to Plan 2040, this area is indicated as urban transitional, and these are character areas that are sometimes classified as urban edge or urban expansion. The subject parcel is within this red circle right here. So you can see that these are identifiable by more automobile-oriented or suburban-style residential areas that provide access to urban amenities and public transit. Most of these neighborhoods are also pedestrian-oriented with well-used sidewalks, parks, and open spaces. Redevelopment and infill development opportunities are prevalent. And you can see some of the intended primary and secondary uses here, attached and detached residential, as well as commercial, civic, and institutional. The petitioner has requested a commercial suburban future land use designation, which is intended for business areas that support shopping centers and corridor commercial uses. And admittedly, this is somewhat similar in that regard, but given the proximity to an existing residential use and other sort of uses that are of a mixed nature, staff is alternatively recommending consideration of a civic and institution future land use designation, as this would permit the requested rezoning in item number 13. These are areas that consist of educational, religious, medical, and public uses, and they may be in a campus setting, may include private or public open space, may include schools, places of worship, hospitals, libraries, public recreation, municipal facilities, things that we would ordinarily like to see in the context of residential uses. So you can see here based on 5.15.2, The requested OIE district is permitted within this office and institutional. Actually, I'd like to point out also that this says office and institutional, where the future land use map refers to it as civic and institutional, just to make that connection and ensure that we understand this is intended to be what the future land use map indicates. But the OI and E zoning district is permitted within this district, and so staff does recommend denial of the commercial suburban request in favor of civic and institutional, with the acknowledgement that the requested rezoning in number 13 would also be accommodated within this future land use designation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant here?
Both slides?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Josh Allen. I will keep this one very brief as we entirely support staff's recommendation. Oversight on my part submitting for the commercial designation. If we would have spoken about this in our pre-meeting, I likely would have amended our future land use map application, but we're in complete agreement on this item. So I'll save my comments for the next item.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just.
Oh. Any questions? All right.
Yes. I have a question.
Do you have we're calling for speakers at this point in time. Did you fill out a blue speaker card?
Yes.
Okay. Are you Lynn Adam?
Yes.
Come on up.
Hi, I'm Lynn Adams. I am with the Victory Heights Neighborhood Association. I'm one of the residents that lives behind the partial, which is the house, and then there's apartments, and then it's our road. So does that mean that the storage unit as being propositioned as a commercial development was denied, correct?
We're not at that point.
Oh, okay.
Right now, we're trying to determine land use. And the land use that has been suggested by staff is office, institutional, educational, and I do believe that that would allow for self-storage, correct?
Okay, so right now, the residents, we had a meeting in May, and we were very excited to find out that it was zoned, I think, last year for housing, for multifamily affordability. As I said before, an apartment complex circles the entire, and that is one of our most affordable apartment complexes on the east side. Prices start at $900 and go up to $14. So that's kind of where we're standing. We would like to keep it as multifamily. I know there's been some question about DOT not giving a right-of-way. However, there is a right-of-way to the side of it that allows the apartment complex that's next to it to get access. As far as all the residents, we normally take Watley and just flip around and come back down that way. So I don't understand why that was an issue. Let's see. So yeah, we are very against storage facility. I will save those comments for the next item, which I guess is about that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Morrow, could you bring up the map, please?
While he's bringing up the map, the access, I'm just trying to clarify what the young lady was talking about.
I'm curious about that as well.
We
'cause
spoke
that
about that, and the adjacent property owner at the meeting when we rezoned it the first time, I believe was not interested in allowing access through his property to the newly rezoned property, if I'm correct.
That's correct, Mr. Noah. Edward was not here during that time, but when we initially saw this application, we suggested that the applicant talk with the adjacent property owners to see if they could, at some point, create a joint access, because it's not the right-of-way. DOT is not going to give them the driveway cut for a crossover, so it would mess up the traffic flow on that road, which is already at a level of service D. And a level of service D means that it's over not in good condition from the standpoint of taking increased traffic. So that's what happened. We didn't rezone it. The zoning based on what was proposed got denied. The zoning that is in place right now was already there. So I just wanted to clarify that. We didn't rezone it when they came up previously. It didn't get rezoned for multiple reasons, but one of them was regarding the lack of appropriate access to get to the property. And the third is that the adjacent property owner for the apartments was not in support of letting them have any cross easement agreements. And for the number or the density that was proposed, it was not something that could be supported right there.
But correct me if I'm wrong, we did speak about a right-in, right-out during that meeting. And was that denied by DOT as well?
Well, we briefly spoke about a right in and right out, but it wasn't, I think the issue is, right now, you've got a basic driveway that goes to the, I think it's the house or the cottage that's on the property. And that driveway would have to be, widened and improved. And that was something that I don't think DOT was going to support either. They were very protective about Victory, just because it's a road that was improved, and we did a corridor study, which you don't have here, but we used it when we talked about this in the previous rezoning request. We did a corridor study that looked at Victory Drive, just keeping traffic moving. So to have anything that had multifamily there would slow the traffic down and create a backup. So that wasn't something that was going to work.
I would agree that a multifamily will increase traffic greatly compared to a storage
unit.
facility. I mean, it's apples and oranges.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Do you have anything?
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
Fill out a card? I did. Okay.
Okay. If Ms. Adam could you describe your access again, please, now that the map is up?
Yeah, the DOT conversation that I was understanding was there are a series of cut-throughs on Victory Drive that allow you access for the northbound and southbound. And there is one in between this property and the apartment complex. And then there's another one as you get closer to Evergreen. For our neighborhood, we usually use either Evergreen or Downing, or we flip around on, DOT took away northbound access from Downing. I do want to say that there was one other thing, is that I found out this weekend that Victory Heights has an application in with, or is getting together an application with historical places. We are on the eligible list as neighborhoods, along with Avondale and Gordonston. So I know that was stated that the house is currently not, and I know that we got an apartment complex, but that's another thing to think about.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Joyner, did you want to speak on this one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Promise this is the last one.
Okay.
My name's Rule Joyner from Savannah, Georgia. I brought for you guys my a bill that I got from a storage space that we've been renting since we sold our building on Broughton Street a couple of years ago. This is, and I'll pass this around. This is the third, if not fourth, increase that we've got since we've rented these storage units. We've had 4 storage units. When I went to go check one of them, we actually went inside the unit, and I mean, it was a mess. We even found, where there was rat droppings in it, just the stuff that was in there was no good for us anymore. There is a need for storage, and I mean way more than just warehousing in Savannah. If you go out to Victory Drive now and you check with any of the spaces there, many of them are full or at capacity. There just isn't enough. And, not sure about the other issues or whatever we're going with Victory Drive, but you're going to need more storage space, and I think we're just flat-footed. Anybody who's went out there and tried to look into it in the market, they'll see that it's just not available. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, can we reduce or
Shrink
zoom
this up
out?
just a little bit
Just so
we can
get
see
a
where the
proximity
medians are.
to. So we see the property listed where your cursor is. The property directly across, yes, no, right there, the big white building, that's
Self-storage.
2 or 3 story storage, I believe. And then you have the 3-story diocese building adjacent to this property.
Thank you.
And Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to point out
No, I'm sorry, you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any discussion? I guess we need to give Mr. Yellen an opportunity to rebut.
Yes, ma'am, I was prepared to talk on the next item, but I can talk here as well. As it relates to access, I do just want to be perfectly clear. This is the property in question. There is no access to the residential neighborhood at the rear. We are on Victory Drive. We are surrounded by the existing multifamily. There is the one driveway. What was being alluded to as the curb cut on median, or the median break, sorry, in Victory Drive, specifically lines up with the multifamily. There is nothing that lines up on this property for the site. And what I'll talk about in the second item is that has caused a lot of problems with this site. We cannot get a median break. It would be restricted to right in, right out. That causes a lot of heartburn and a lot of headache for putting something that's going to put traffic here. And what we are proposing is the lowest traffic generating use that we can find. But we can't relocate this curb cut. For those of you that weren't on the board in 2022, I was not handling that petition, but I believe y'all actually continued it so that Philip McCorkle could go have a meeting with the multifamily owner, beg them for access. They came back and said, absolutely not, never, we will never do this. That's kind of what's put us in this position, to seek the rezoning, but did just want to be clear as to how the access is currently oriented, and it is past our site, but also that this site has no connectivity to the single-family homes at the rear. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions? I'm ready for a motion. We shall have a discussion.
Can we see staff's recommendation on the screen, please?
Coles, I make a motion to approve staff's recommendation for the alternate for the future land use map for civic institutional.
For denial as well, right?
Yeah, so Coles make the motion to approve staff's recommendation of denial of the original request and approval of the alternate request for civic institutional.
Why would he second?
All right, and it's been moved and seconded. Ms. Amick?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Urban? Oh, sorry, he's still in the back there. Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrico? Not Mr. Notrico. Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
And I too say yes. All right, motion passes. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, we are on to item number 13, which is the second portion of this petition. And with the approval of or recommendation of approval for the future land use map amendment, that would permit this to be rezoned from its current designation of residential multifamily 2 with a maximum density of 20 units per acre, up to a zoning classification of OI and E, which is office and institutional expanded, for the property at 2180 East Victory Drive. You can see currently, again, this is kind of a subset of this parcel that is RMF 220, and it's adjoining an office institutional parcel. The requested use is specifically in the OI&E. So interestingly enough, the OI&E is a fairly versatile district that I'll just note also includes apartment uses as well. So it's a flexible and versatile district that is well suited in the context of what we see around. In looking at the zoning history that was alluded to earlier, subject parcel was considered for rezoning to RMF 2-45, or a maximum density of 45 units per acre in 2022. It was heard by the MPC and continued. After that, the petitioner came back with that information that there was not the ability to obtain additional access. And so with that, the petition did ultimately receive a recommendation of approval, but it never made its way to a council agenda. So that is a petition that died and did not move any further, and that is why the zoning remains at RMF 2-20 today. In looking at impact and suitability, this was one of the key considerations as to perhaps why there was a bit of heartburn in approving an increase in density on this site earlier. The only vehicular access to the property is via one existing curb cut. Because this portion of East Victory Drive is divided by a median, only right-in, right-out access is available. The limited access would require those entering the property traveling east to proceed past the site to the next median break, East Victory Drive crossing, and to make a U-turn. Ultimately, any additional access points here are going to require GDOT approval, which is unlikely. Based on conversations with the City of Savannah Traffic Engineering, additional curb cuts are unlikely based on traffic counts and proximity to the nearest signalized intersection. Adding to this, MPC staff has developed preliminary 2050 MTP data, and we have determined that this currently has a level of service rating D, where A is the highest and F is the lowest. LOSD indicates that this is a thoroughfare with high traffic volumes that reduce speeds and freedom to maneuver. There are reduced speeds and reduced freedom to maneuver, frequent stops and starts, and increased potential for traffic delays. So these were the concerns that kind of came out on the floor in the previous rezoning hearing. Taking that into consideration, again, this request to go not to O&I, but to OI&E would permit the use of the site as a self-storage mini warehouse instead of this existing dwelling that you see here, which I will note, even for this to be used perhaps as an office, as had been suggested, that is currently not a conforming use of this structure in this zoning district. And so there would need to be some sort of zoning action to take place on this parcel to make use of it, even as it is situated. So this OI&E district is requested, in essence, to permit this particular use, though there are a number of uses that would also be appropriate in the OI&E. And what you see on the right-hand side is a preliminary sort of a site plan. Again, this has not been through a full specific development plan review or SPR or anything like that. This is just a conceptual plan for purposes of this hearing. In looking at the trip counts, as that was a significant part of the previous discussion, we can see that this is almost a one-for-one with the mini warehouse at the net leasable area of just over 70,000 square feet, generating 121 trips per day on a weekday. And the most likely, we are anticipating that on this site, you would see a land use code of 221 developed, or 220 actually, 220 or 221. You can see the significant difference that a floor would add and an elevator and things of that nature. So if it's the mid-rise, you're looking at 120, which is even with what we're evaluating today versus 300 potentially. And again, this is within the current zoning district. And these are comments from Savannah's Traffic Engineering Department. With that, MPC staff does recommend approval of this request to rezone the subject property from RMF 2-20 to OI&E for the purpose of establishing a mini warehouse storage facility. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Any questions?
Yes.
Actually, let's get the applicant up.
Madam Chair. Mr. Morrow, did I hear you correctly or understand you correctly that in order to get the storage facility there, that they would have to demolish the building that is there?
I believe that is the intent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Yellen?
Do you want the map? Is there attached?
No.
It's saved on the desktop? Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
2180.
Okay.
Do you know how to put it?
You know how to drive?
I do not. Let's see. This is where I always get confused.
You want to zoom out a bit? Oh, you want like full screen view?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, no worries.
And I do not need to take up more time. I will talk and we will try and sort this out at the same time. But once again, Josh Yellen here today on behalf of Adevco Corporation. With us today on behalf of Adevco, we do have Mr. Mike Bell, who is sitting behind us. And I think that everything so far that's been stated is absolutely correct. We have been working with staff for some time now on this petition, and we would like to thank Mr. Morrow and MPC staff for the recommendation of approval. As I said at the prior hearing, but we'll reiterate now since it's technically a separate matter, this item did come before you in 2022. The site's currently zoned RMF 220, permitting 20 units an acre, which would allow for 35 units on the property. A rezoning petition came in order to upzone the site to permit 45 units per acre, which would translate into 79 units on the condition that that site obtain a traffic study, work with traffic engineering and GDOT on obtaining access. Because that traffic study and because the accommodations couldn't be made with GDOT, that petition never went before City Council. It was functionally dead upon arrival because the conditions imposed here could not be met. As was mentioned at that prior hearing, the access was brought up in terms of can you get a shared access agreement with the adjacent multifamily. There was a continuance. The applicant went out and met with that developer, and they were not able to reach an agreement. And so what's been holding up this site from any form of development is the multifamily use, frankly. And I know I come before you a lot with multifamily, and I don't want to necessarily come before you every week with self-storage, but there are sites that are good for self-storage, and there are sites that are good for multifamily. And primarily what we are seeing on these high traffic corridors that have existing traffic issues that frankly are outside of the city's control and outside of the MPC's control, but within the hands of GDOT, that we're all trying to find uses that we can put in here that are going to have the minimum amount of traffic impact. That, yes, someone could try and go out and develop this at 35 units an acre. That's going to have a far greater impact than the proposed self-storage facility. So what we did here was basically try to reverse engineer from a traffic engineering standpoint as to what use can come in here, what use will have the lowest traffic, and what use will have the most minimal impact. And that use here is the self-storage facility. And this is not going to work for me. As was mentioned previously, this is the current access to the site. We don't have access. We can't control the median break. This was the original correspondence from traffic engineering. My understanding, and I've spoken to the developer on this, while these traffic reports are coming out to saying that there's going to be roughly 100 cars a day for self-storage, that is a very conservative number. Typically, these sites have about 10 cars per day on average from a practical standpoint, that people are not coming here. People are not really coming during the week. There might be slightly more than 10 on the weekends, but that's also not typically when the traffic demand is bad outside of rush hour. And so, as was mentioned in the pre-meeting, the other benefit of having the self-storage facility is that the AM and PM peak hours and the traffic impact from those is significantly reduced, that frankly, people are not coming to visit their storage unit during rush hour. You come during the middle of the day, you come on the weekends. And so we really did reverse engineer this site to make it the best site possible. I should also mention that since some of these self-storage facilities have been developed, and I think this is a very important point to make, the City of Savannah has Section 8429 of the ordinance, which basically all self-storage facilities within the City of Savannah are not actually permitted by right. They are all limited uses that have a page and a half of conditions that must be adhered to. This is unlike any other use within the city in terms of the requirements. Part of the requirements here as well is that this be an internal unit, that this can't be the old style access with the roll-up door from the outside. The units that everyone associates with being the problematic self-storage. This has to be modern, this has to be new, this has to be within the building, and there are specific restrictions. We can't have boats outside, we can't have RVs outside. All of that is baked into the ordinance because when the City of Savannah redid NUZO in 2019, with these conditions, this use is not considered the use that it once was, because we're moving everything inside. We're taking it away from the areas where it shouldn't be, and specifically trying to put it in the BC areas, in the OIE areas, in those transition areas that are specifically next to multifamily residential or even residential itself. As was also mentioned in the staff report, we know that we have been building and are trying to build more multifamily housing. These two uses, fortunately or unfortunately, go hand in hand. When we see more housing being developed, we see greater need for these units. And so I did want to thank staff for their recommendation of approval. I wanted to show a concept that has been brought up before, but this is the type of development that we are looking at, which is not similar to the old school self-storage facilities. This type of development would be in keeping with the ordinance. We do thank staff for the recommendation of approval, and we're happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. Mr. Yellen, is your client open to including climate control in this?
It's going to be all climate controlled.
Just
Yes,
for
sir.
our purpose of making them?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Yellen, I don't think I have a issue with storage. However, I do have some concerns about demolition of the structure in order to achieve storage. So is that indeed the path in order to achieve a feasible project?
Yes, for this site, with it being outside of a protected district, this was the first that I've heard that there was some attempt to put this in a historic district, that, yes, for both this project and I believe prior projects, demolition was proposed. As early as this morning, I will say that the applicant had reached out to repurpose Savannah to see about, and I'm going to get my terms wrong, constructive
Deconstruction,
demolition.
constructive-
There we go.
construction,
Yes.
constructive demolition.
There we go.
Good.
But we have not received a response yet, but that is something that we are actively looking at for the site, because we do understand the concern. But with this site being outside of an historic district, we're kind of working with what we have.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Bowles.
Mr. Yellen, is the footprint of the storage unit, will it take up the whole site?
No, ma'am. And let me see if I can. So this is just a concept plan that we had put together to try and figure out the access and trying to align it with the current site. But, so this is the current building, but there are both building setbacks and buffers surrounding the property. This site does not have a zero lot line permissive in this area, so we would not be taking up the whole site.
I was trying to save that beautiful building.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Yellen, when the apartments were proposed, the building wasn't going to stay, was it?
I've seen two plans for it. I don't believe a plan ever came back before.
There was a plan.
But
There were drawings
There-
that were given to us.
yes, so I will say this as I can. That site, obviously, the rezoning never occurred. The concept plan was never finalized into a site plan. I've seen some drafts that took the house and made it into a clubhouse, but there was not going to be any residents in it. I've also seen plans that don't have anything on the site, none of which were ever approved by the city.
All right, thank you. Mr. Noah?
Can you tell me the setback from the property line to the actual building? And then, you may or may not know this, the answer to this question, the petitioner may. How long has this building been vacant? I can't remember, I mean, I'm thinking 20 years. I mean, they may have had a residence or a renter once or twice, but as far as it's been vacant, and unfortunately, it's a beautiful building, but it's been an eyesore for a long, long time. And anyway, did you have an answer on the setback?
So on
I'm
the
sorry.
setback, we are, at least on this concept plan, it's looking to be about 45 feet from the adjacent property line. Building to building, obviously, is going to be significantly increased. These
Right.
are the.
Well, I was more worried about to the setback. And then is there any, I'm sure this will come up when you get before the city, but buffering like shrubbery or walls or or whatever?
I would have
Is
to
it
check
15?
on that limited use requirement. I believe a
Okay.
buffer and a
Just-
fence is required.
Okay.
I don't know the exact requirements, but that is one of the new conditions here, particularly as it
Okay.
relates to OIE adjacent to multi.
Because it was new, I didn't know what it was, but unfortunately, I hate to see the building go as well, but I cannot tell you the last time I saw someone in it. And I travel that road at least 3 times a week for the last 20 years.
Yep. And as I said, we are concerned about the people who do travel this road daily. It is mid-block. The other side of the road is entirely business, commercial, or business. Y'all would hate if I said this would be a great site for a Chick-fil-A. It is the perfect size. It's 1.77 acres. We know about traffic impacts. We're working with what we have and trying to find the use that fits there, but understand the concerns.
Thank you. Ms. Isaacs? Go ahead, Ms. Adelman. Got you down too.
Okay, so on the storage unit, there are right now, 2 more 0.5 miles on Downing and 1 more 0.6 miles on behind Whole Foods. Then there are 2 directly across the street. So in our neighborhood right now, we have 4 of these that are surrounding us. The traffic's mainly at night. My street usually gets a lot of the U-Hauls going to the ones on Downing. There's also issues with the rats, the pests. On top of that, the floor plan. Everything on that side of the road is only 2 stories. And so the 3rd story is going to tower over the existing apartment complex, as well as the near the area. Let's see. One of my neighbors wrote, what are we going to name our neighborhood now? Storage Unit Landia? And then another one said, are we now the East Side Storage District? Since that's what everybody keeps coming up with to use Victory Drive after, Chick-fil-A and fast food. I would like to also bring up that a nonprofit is currently doing a study on Skidaway to try to bring up the businesses on Skidaway, like they did on Waters Avenue. So we're in the fresh parts of that. I mean, can we use it for anything else? A library, any type of other commercial except a storage bin? I mean, is this the best we can come up with? Let's see. Oh, on the attendance, there were homeowners up until 2018. It did not become abandoned until 2018. And that's according to the property records as well. I think that's everything. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Isaacs?
Ellie Isaacs, Director of Preservation for Historic Savannah Foundation. We are not in support of this development plan to demolish the historic house known as being associated with the Toombs family, or otherwise known as the Big Daddy Grace Mansion. Big Daddy Grace was the founder of the International House of Prayer, or All People's Church. And I also know that through previous discussions with other people that multiple people have tried to rent out this house or buy this house for an office use, and for whatever reason, those things did not come to fruition. So I would not say that it's a lack of trying, of people trying to utilize this building. Also, this is one of the last mansions on this section of East Victory Drive, and if a Victory Heights neighborhood district was to come to fruition, this would absolutely be a contributing property within that district. So if we approve this and lose this historic house, it'll be a significant loss, not only to the Victory Heights neighborhood, but also the African-American community. So that's all I have.
I have a question has the Historic Savannah Foundation approached the owner about purchasing the property?
No. As far as I know, it hasn't been for sale.
Have y'all approached them about?
No, but I mean, that could be a possibility. I mean,
I got you.
yeah, I don't get to make those decisions in a vacuum, so,
Right.
yeah. Anything else?
Thank you.
No? Okay.
All right, and that's all that I have as far as speaker cards go.
I do have someone online.
Okay, thank you.
The name is Jays Rosen.
Mr. Rosen, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrew Chase Rosen.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, is this better?
A little bit.
I'm sorry, I'll be brief. I just wanted to speak in opposition of it, but in particular, I wanted to comment on the level of service that was talked about. For Victory, I would really love to see it stay at level B, maybe even F, because that's a metric that's designed for high-speed roads and highways. It's really not desirable to be too high for a road like Victory. It's more appropriate to apply LOS to I-95. Here, it's just dangerous. I also wonder if those traffic estimates are actually accurate for the storage unit and for the housing. For the storage unit, if I wanted to throw something up there, I'd have to drive there, or I'd have to maybe even rent a truck to drive there. But myself and many of my friends who live in the area, if I could live in this particular block, I would be walking or cycling to a lot of the local businesses. I would not be driving in a Victory if I didn't have to go a far distance. And even then, I can always take the public transit. And the ITE manual just doesn't account for things like this. So the numbers can be a little fuzzy. It's not, I don't think it's appropriate for Savannah. But specific to the rezoning that's here, I think that there are opportunities for there to be housing. It just might not be for the petitioner. Unfortunately, they may just be a victim in all this that's coming about from unfortunate placement of right-of-ways and access and easement, or excuse me, accesses. But it's not the MPC's responsibility to save a private investment, and it might just be unfortunate for, perhaps it could be sold to the apartments, perhaps it could be sold to the church next door, I don't know, but I think there are plenty of uses that aren't a storage unit that this could be, if not for this particular person. That's all I have to say, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any additional discussion? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And I do just want to reiterate that we did look at, and, the traffic numbers that were provided did come from the city of Savannah Traffic Engineering. This is a GDOT highway. Yes, we call it Victory Drive, but their level of service is based upon GDOT standards that GDOT is applying. With it being a state highway, we are limited to petition them to make improvements or to make the new curb cuts, which is, yes, I will admit, severely limiting this site. I would also highly recommend that people not try to bike Victory Drive in this area, as was suggested. It is in need of improvements, and we cannot deny that. We had looked at other uses to go in here. If we were to do an office that was expanded, it has significantly more traffic. For a larger office complex in this area, you're looking at 800 plus trips per day. For a shopping center that could fit on a 1.77 acre sites, you're looking at 1,000 trips per day. What we're looking at from our numbers was 100 based upon, or 106, I want to say the number was from our calculations. We believe that's high, just based upon the practical use. And so therefore, we do just want to reiterate that we have a staff recommendation of approval here. This site has been through the process. The multifamily did not work here. We're coming back with the use that specifically addresses the concerns as to why the multifamily did not work, so that we can come in with a use that can actually meet traffic engineering requirements, meet the requirements of GDOT. And that's why staff is recommending approval here, and why we would respectfully request that you approve of the same. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. All right, any questions?
Filled out a blue card. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. We had a blue card for you for 13, and then you changed it to 12. Did you want to speak on 12 and 13? And can you make it very brief?
Go ahead, ma'am, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any discussion? Ready for a motion?
The only discussion I would add is, I live in the area, and I'm kind of getting tired of seeing self-storage places, but there is a need, and I do feel like this parcel is very limited on what you can do with it. And I would love to see that house deconstructed and used for other purposes, but I understand the desire to not have more self-storage places because I live in that area, but I understand the limited uses.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Irvin.
Given the historic significance of the African-American community, in the same vein that we looked at the Jewish cemetery, I'm feeling the same way about this parcel. I need not go into the historic nature of that Victory Drive property, that the Toomer family from Carver State Bank on down. And it's just unfortunate that we're at this point. But in good conscience, I just am sort of flabbergasted that we're at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Bowles?
Yeah, in addition to that, I was thinking about what you had just said about potentially creating a facade that gives you the same feel as what exists. But these are recommendations, so I don't know.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens?
I just echo Mr. Irvin's sentiments.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to accept staff's approval.
Second?
No, a second.
May I request a friendly amendment just to include climate control as the condition?
Yeah, I can change that.
Thank you.
I accept that second.
Make a motion to accept staff's recommendation and of approval with enclosure, climate control, storage, which was stated it's going to be.
And also, if you could please add that they contact what was the association? To repurpose, to give them the opportunity to repurpose what can be repurposed.
The homeowner, the owner of the property?
Yes, they said they would. I'm just...
Point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order?
You have a motion
We do have a
on the
motion and a
table.
second.
And the motion has been amended.
Yeah.
You can ask the gentleman from Skidaway Island if he would like to amend his motion again, but it has been a motion, and I think I heard a second.
I seconded the original motion, and there was asked for a friendly amendment. Did he accept the friendly amendment?
He accepted the friendly amendment.
And I was asking him for the same courtesy as a friendly amendment to be added. And I believe that's in order.
So retract, start over, I make a motion to accept staff's recommendation of approval and that the facility be climate controlled, which was stated it will be, and that the association, what was it? Repurpose
If I
for
could,
deconstruction.
if I could help you. If I can help you, Mr. Welch, basically, it's that the property be deconstructed and historically documented, period.
Okay, that the property will be
Deconstructed.
deconstructed and properly documented for historical purposes.
There you go.
No, a second. Thank you.
All right.
That's a mouthful, yeah.
Ms. Bowles?
No.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
I say no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Special use request to allow for recycling salvage facility in IH zoning district 2760 Louisville Road, 24-002912-ZA. I think we're okay. Oh, yeah.
Afternoon again, Brad Clement Development Services. You just heard Mr. Yellen talk about the number of strictures applied to self-storage. This is for a metal recycling scrapyard use. That young man hadn't seen anything yet. So as indicated, the petitioner requests approval of special use permit. That's all, just the special use permit. Pursuant to Section 3.10 of the Savannah zoning ordinance to establish a recycling salvage facility. This would actually be reestablishing a prior existing use that had suffered some non-compliance issues. It became disused and owners changed hands. But the look is to go back the right way, to get all of these things, to meet all of those strictures that are required under the special use, get the new special use, and reestablish that use. The petitioner indicates that this will be a small-scale operation for open to the public with small-time buyers, sellers coming to the site with no more than perhaps 5 semi-trailers or large trucks coming to a day to either pick up or drop off larger loads. Yeah, so you kind of see the footprint here, and there are some challenges to this site. Number one, per the application, it indicates that it's approximately 1.11 acres, and that's awful small for this kind of use. That also gives you an indication of the intensity of that use. It can't be very big. So the actual destructuring of the steel or scrap metals does not occur on this premises. Metal comes in, metal goes out. Trucks are weighed, drop off, pick up, done. There's also 8 parcels currently in existence that make up this footprint that you see in the red area here. So just getting the special use permit, he will still have to come back with site-specific plans. He's got serious recombination of real estate to accomplish. The city has to decommission some public rights-of-way that will then have to be incorporated into that footprint. There are significant upgrades to the site as it exists, which affects stormwater, transportation, all the city departments. This petitioner has been working on this since, I believe, late '23. So everybody has seen this in every city department several times, and we finally got it to what you see in front of you today. Here are an example of some of those special strictures, and again, this is only tied to a special use which would allow the applicant to move forward to draw permits, to do things as it relates to grading and clearing and installation of concrete pads, installation of gravel, container, fences, walls, all the things. He still has to go through an SPR and pass all the strictures for all the departments. He has submitted 9 drawings. Most of them kind of look the same, but he goes through and walks down every item under the special use as to how he intends to meet the requirements for that special use. And like with other special use permits that we have done, this does not mean that the scrap or recycling yard will be up and operational tomorrow, far from it, but this will allow the applicant to continue to work towards meeting all the compliance strictures and reestablish this use. With that, MPC staff recommends that the requested special use be approved with the following conditions. The special use permit shall be non-transferable. This is for this applicant and this applicant alone. He can't reestablish this use, sell it, transfer it. It's for him. A specific site plan be subsequently approved showing conformance with all applicable ordinances and city department reviews and approvals. I mentioned There are significant environmental strictures, as you can imagine, related to this use that are on top of those required by the city departments. A final plat must be submitted affecting the recombination of the existing lots abandoned rights-of-way as indicated in the application submitted. That also will be no small task. Any future change to the scope or scale of the proposed site's operation should be further reviewed for continued appropriateness and approved by the MPC and City Council as a new special use. And again, if I didn't mention it, this is in a heavy industrial area. It will remain a heavy industrial area. And if not here, I don't know where else this use would be appropriate. So even with that being said, it still requires all of the special provisions of a special use permit. Pending your questions.
Is the applicant available?
Good evening, I'm Michael Gerald Jr.
Do you have anything you'd like to add, or?
Yes, okay, I'll read this real quick, okay? We're a family-owned business that has been a vital part of the community for over 4 decades. We kindly request the approval of the necessary business permit and license for Savannah Iron and Metal, formerly Gerald's Recycling, to operate at 2760 Louisville Road. Background, Savannah Iron and Metal, formerly Gerald's Recycling, was founded by Big Mike Gerald, who opened his first scrap metal recycling yard in 1981 on Lathrop Avenue. As the only local scrap yard, after Chatham Steel closed down, their business expanded and he moved to 400 Magazine Avenue. Big Mike was not just a businessman, but also a philanthropist who regularly donated to local charities, hospital, church fundraisers, and individuals facing personal hardship. He also opened and ran Gerald's Gym for 30 years, providing a safe space and mentorship for at-risk youth free of charge. The scrapyard funded his boxing program, allowing him to develop a reputable amateur program and host many successful professional events. All right, current status, all right. In the 2 years following the 2008 financial crisis, 50% of all family-owned scrapyards across the U.S. were forced to close or become absorbed. After struggling to keep his yard alive, Mike made a difficult decision to sell off 2 of 3 of the properties he maintained for scrap recycling. 1 week after his sudden passing in February of 2023, Gerald's Recycling was given 6 months to vacate the property at 44 Tremont Road. Despite the challenges, Savannah Iron and Metal continued to move forward and provide the paperwork needed to provide regulatory compliance. Basically, this was thrown on me out of nowhere. It was new to me. The last time I'd ever dealt with getting a business license was in 2016, and we was getting the business license back from Magazine Avenue again. It took a month to get the scrap business license. Obviously, many things have changed from 2016 to now, so I've actually been at this since May 2008. I thought you put in an application, but that's not the case. You don't just apply for a special use permit. Obviously, you all know that. It was a hard learning process for myself. So here we are, me just trying to keep this company afloat. I don't want it to end with me. So we've been here for 43 years, been a part of the community. As I could go over how important recycling it is, keeps stuff out the landfills. People that are on Social Security, it subsidizes some of their Social Security. I mean, I got people every day. We have customers that have been with us for 35 years. I mean, they come to us. They're still holding on. They're not going to the scrapyards because they want to come to us because of our personal service. So in that regards, do y'all have any questions for me? I don't know where to go from here.
Here we are. Go ahead, Ms. Bowles.
I do. Hi, sir.
Hello.
So this is a family-owned business. You've been operating for 40 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were a part of that business when I assume was your father?
Yes, ma'am. When I was, I'm 44, and he started the business when I was 1 year old, so at Lathrop Avenue.
So then can you speak to the non-compliance?
Yes, the non-compliance. Again, we in February 2028 is when February 10th, 2023, he passed away. when I try to get my ducks in a row, it started in May of 2023. That's when I thought we put in an application. You got to get an ESA plan. You have to get civil engineer, architects. Okay, so the only companies we had ever worked with handles this all together. Like you hand over the project to them, and they take the project on and run with it. You know, so unfortunately, every large firm, EMC, Hutchison, all the larger firms were completely booked because of all the projects going on in Savannah. Nobody can handle it. So basically, it was on me now to piece it together. So I pieced together. I got the ESA done. You know, so I thought we was moving forward there. No, we got to get the civil engineer. Then it took me like 3 months to get the civil engineer. So then I need to find one that would take it on. And luckily, my civil engineer is here to answer questions about this too. Okay. And so luckily I found Ashley, he took it on, dove in head first, and he's been at it since January. That's how long, how many drawings back and forth it's been with the zoning commission to get it done properly. So does that answer your question, ma'am?
No, actually, are there any violations or have there been any
yes,
violations?
but not now. I'm in compliance now because we were shut down. Basically, it was operating without a business license. That was the compliance. I mean, that was
Any environmental violations?
no environmental violations. But I mean, there was definitely stormwater runoff violations that we obviously it's a small lot. I didn't think we was going to have a retention pond. I mean, I've never seen a scrapyard that are 5 times, 10 times size of us have a retention pond. I'm having to have one, which is fine. We're gonna have to do what we got to do to come up to code. So, I kind of went backward. We moved to start operating before we did this, if that makes sense, because we're not a business that has millions in the bank. Basically, we have to keep operating to be able to afford lawyers, civil engineers, architects. We have to operate to be able to do this, to afford those things, and to stay afloat. So that's where the compliance issues came in. Was first code compliance, not having a business license. Then it was then it was stormwater came in. Then it was a building issue. We put up a little building that was too close to a property line, and that's pretty much it. So that's where the code compliance came in. Then I went to court. The judge shut us down, made me move everything off the property. I complied. So we're in compliance now.
Okay.
There's nothing on the property.
So it was mentioned that there will be 5 semis, about approximately 5 additional semis.
I would say so. I mean, we have our own semi that runs, when we get the metal, I don't keep anything on the ground, basically. We try not to keep anything on the ground. Everything goes in the truck and goes to the shredder, or either goes to the steel mill. And that's in a perfect world. Sometimes there's a little bit left over that's left on the ground, or in this case, now we're going to put it in tubs instead of being on the ground. But so we'll run 3 loads to the shredder, which is right around the corner, SA Recycling. So we'll take the shred loads to them. And then we have our own truck that we have 300-400 dumpsters out there. I mean, we have the Board of Education, what's it called? We have their business. Anyway, we have many companies out there, a bunch of dumpsters out there that we pick up and run for the community. So.
I just, for clarity, that's 5 semis a day, an hour?
Yeah, probably 5 a day on average, yes ma'am.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, this could be for you or staff or your engineer. Has there been a study to determine how many semis there are existing on those roadways currently?
There was supposedly coming from my engineer. I don't know if you want him to answer it, from the traffic department, because there was going to be 50 or less vehicles traveling on the road. There was no study that needed to be done.
Say that again? I'm
It's
sorry.
because there was 50. Once it goes over 100 or something like that vehicles, then you require a study. If there's only 50 vehicles, there's not required to be a study.
Okay, Mr. Moore, okay, thank you. If you could tell me, do you know how many semis are on that road currently?
The portion of Louisville At Fair, the intersection, it changes classification. Louisville dead ends past Fair at the end, past the aggregate sales yard. So traffic wasn't sure how to do that. Traffic's biggest problem was what to do with the unopened portion of Fair Road, and you'll likely to hear more about that. It was unopened, unfinished, it was dirt, it was bad, and it created a lot of problems. There's also another partial portion of an unopened right-of-way, and that's really what traffic had more concerns about than truck traffic as it relates to this site.
Gotcha. And should I say my concern now?
Sure.
Okay, my concern is that I know that there are 6 federal lawsuits against industries in this community. And to hear that you have to operate in non-compliance in order to make the money to pay, to get into compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
That's an issue. And it's an environmental justice issue. So we need to talk about, and I can discuss it with my colleagues. We talked about this a little earlier. We talked about communities being overburdened and the opportunity to down zone.
Okay.
And so they're all familiar with that, but I just want to put that on the record. And I'll allow some other.
Could I add one thing to it?
Sure,
There,
please.
as far as the location, if, I don't know if we can pull up the, if you can pull up the actual map where it was, you can see the lots, or maybe even farther, the one with the lots.
This is a static
It's-
picture.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so next to, the property is surrounded by the industrial, heavy industrial. I mean, next to us is Knights Concrete, next to it is Hanson Rock Crushing, right down the road from that is Hercules Chemical Plant. All the properties next to us on the other side are all industrial properties. Everything's industrial. Again, if it's, yes, I need a special use permit, but if it's not gonna be there, there's going to be a transport yard there. There's going to be I got a rock crushing yard wants to put a rock crushing crusher back there and crush rocks. So something's going in there. Trucks are going to come in and out. You know, I mean, something's going in there. It's heavy industrial. You know.
Well, and we'll deal with those individually. We can
Yes,
deal with
ma'am.
them
Yes,
one at a
ma'am.
time.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
have in the past for this commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Dealt with issues one at a time. And I didn't share, but I'll share now that the city has received a grant for 3 communities adjacent to these industrial properties, indicating that these neighborhoods are at the 87th percentile, and therefore there are only 13% of the neighborhoods in the country who have more pollution dumped on them. 13% of neighborhoods in the country. And so that's why I say this is an environmental justice issue, and we really need to consider the down zone. Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Lorraine. All right, anybody else have any comments? Okay, I have several speakers. Faye Prescott, you can go ahead and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Faye Prescott, and I'm a resident of the community that is right across those 2 tracks that you see. There's a live and thriving community right near this facility. And I strongly object to the granting of the special use permit for this recycling salvage facility near our neighborhood. Allowing such a facility to operate in close proximity to our homes, and my home is about 200 meters away from this facility, will have a significant negative impact on our quality of life. The noise of the different machinery and the noise of the general public going in and out of the facility all day long for 6 days a week, 6 days out of the week, and the potential environmental hazards associated with the metal recycling facility are of great concern to us. The constant truck traffic, that will increase the emission in our environment and affect our air quality as they're coming and going out. It will also disrupt our infrastructure, roads, and the safety of our children. Not only is my home 200 meters away from this facility, but also across that track is about give or take 5 or 6 bus stops of children that have to walk to those bus stops and wait on their bus, and no telling if there's going to be one of those 5 semi-trucks with the recycling metals on them passing by those children waiting on the bus stop. We also have our community center right across that track at the very first street that those children walk to, that our elderly seniors go to. And right on the next street of that, we have our park. And during the summer, the park and our streets are very busy with children walking back and forth that are unaccompanied by supervised by adults. So this will definitely affect all of those qualities of life. And furthermore, we are worried about the potential environmental impacts of this facility near our community, such as release of harmful pollutants into the air and water, posing a health risk to the residents and damaging our ecosystem. In light of these concerns, we urge the Metropolitan Planning Commission to deny the special use permit for the purpose of this recycling and salvage facility. We believe that the potential negative impacts on our community will outweigh any potential benefits that such a facility may bring. Our neighborhood is a residential area, and it should remain as such. I would like to thank you for considering our request to deny this special permit for this facility.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a
Questions?
question.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How long have you lived at that home, your residence?
I have been a part of that community for 50 years. Because I love that community, I am the vice president of the community also. And because I love that community, I chose not to build outside of my community. So we just built a home 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
And you've been a part of that community right there, so
Same
you're
community.
familiar with that, have been a scrapyard before?
No,
His father
it
passed.
was not a scrapyard before.
No?
No, never.
Okay. What was it before?
It was a family dwelling who had a
Okay.
store there downstairs. And I guess after the family passed, they sold the property, and they made it into that. But that's not what it was.
Scrapyard
And
is?
It was not a scrapyard facility. And as you look at it, you will see some housing. I know it's considered to be heavy industrial, but there are some housing to the, I guess you would say that to the left, you could see some housing in that area. And across the track is the whole Woodville community. And that Fair Street is not ready for the infrastructure. The city has already, I don't know if it was the city or the GDOT, but on half of Fair Street, connected at Alpha Street, there is no truck traffic at all. There's no truck traffic at all. So they can't guarantee that the truck traffic is only going to go down Louisville Road, the part that's deemed as industrial part. So they would have to come through, sometimes they may come through the Woodville community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prescott. Pamela Anderson?
Good afternoon. I'm Pamela Anderson, President of Woodville Community. When I saw the notification on the sign, which was less than 2 weeks ago, that this would be taking place, on behalf of Woodville Community Action Organization, I wish to express our concerns about the request for permit from JR Recycling in Woodville. The Woodville community has endured illegal property clearing off Louisville Road behind Mandy's store. The noise level was brought to the attention of the City of Savannah Code Enforcement Department 2 months ago. This activity took place over a month-long time, including the night hours when the community is at rest from the daily commute of traffic through the neighborhood. There was no respect to the community. Now we have to contend with no notification to the community with certain guidelines to respond to the request. The rezoning request was posted with less than 2 weeks notification. The special use permit to allow the metal salvage operation that's close to a thriving community, and the noise level is very distasteful. EPA will be notified of this consideration with no disregards to the quality of life in the neighborhood. The noise from grinding, shaving metal for transporting and compacting vehicles would greatly impact the air with particles. We have already been inundated with the dust and particles from Knight Cement Company that was slipped in and permitted to operate in the neighborhood. No one, not one of you, would allow this to take place in your neighborhood. We are not deserving to be considered for a better, we are now deserving to be considered for a better quality of life as others. You have permitted 35 new builds in this community, and the community is growing. The families are coming. We're having more kids in the neighborhood. So we do need some adjustment to these industrial sites that are coming. The particle, we have purple air monitors, we have particle air monitors in the neighborhood, and it's still too much. When you consider this operation to start up, did you for one moment think of the noise, pollution, and combustible material from batteries, vehicles, appliances, and electronics will have on our community? Our children stand outside, as Ms. Prescott said, to be transported to school. The hazardous waste that comes along with the company of this source has great cause for concern. I am aware of the fire several years ago in the Carver Heights area on Gwinnett Street. Contamination can have a lasting impact on the soil, water, stormwater drains, and sewer in the neighborhood, let alone the health issues we endure. Refrigerants from HVAC units are disposed of here, as well as the mercury from appliances. Dust, vapors, and fine powder are released in the air as if we are not in existence as a neighborhood. I ask that you table this request for 2 weeks to consider the Springfield Canal that runs behind this area and how the community can better be served for flooding, as opposed to not being able to get to the area to relieve the water and flooding. That is right behind this property. And there is a grant, a $30 million grant for improvements to the Springfield Canal. Does not include Woodville. It says for Cloverdale and Carver Village. If it's going to come our way, it's been coming our way. We're flooding. So if you continue to push soil down, you did not get a permit to do that when you did. The city stopped you from doing that because it was interrupting the community. At night, we would hear the backhoes knocking of trees, 10, 11 o'clock at night. This was happening in our neighborhood. So we finally got in touch with home code enforcement and asked them to find out what is going on back there. The one neighbor that stays back there on the back street, he's an elderly man. He said it was so much noise. He said, I'm too old to be fighting with these people, but he's still a resident. He deserved to have peace in his home. No one was notified. They did not have a permit to do what they were doing. So the city shut them down from doing that at that time till they investigate. Now, nobody's here from the city, but the city said in the manager's meeting when we met with City Manager Melder that they had stopped that process. So when was it given, once you bought the property, to come on it and dispose of, do all of this, and then slide right on in, just like Knight Transportation did with the cement? We know nothing about it. They were there. The rock question, we knew nothing about it. They were there. So now they have these buildings, and then here comes another one, and the community is not notified. They're putting these buildings up in our neighborhood. We're not being notified that they're happening. They're not petitioning. They're not coming to the community for a meeting to say, hey, this is what we would like to do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can we go further?
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And also, Alderwoman Bonetta Lalier says she's opposed to this also.
All right, thank you.
This property south of Louisville is actually in Chatham Parkway neighborhood. It's Woodville north of Louisville Road. So there are two different neighborhoods with organizations there.
Ashley Mosley?
Hey, I'm Ashley. I'm the engineer on the project. I think it should be approved. I think what, my understanding is that Mike's dad ran this business for a long time, then it sat vacant for 4, 5, 6 years, and they didn't do anything with it. His dad passed away, and he goes and opens the doors and starts operating. So, and that's basically what's happened, is all the codes that apply to this sort of thing didn't kick in until a new owner bought the property. So that's basically where we're at. We're trying to kind of back up, get them stormwater compliance. There's going to be MPDES monitoring for groundwater. There's going to be dust. I think if we flip through the slideshow here, we can go through each item that is a condition of approval.
Well, you have 3 minutes.
You know, I think we've addressed all those items. Again, I think it was just a matter of, you know, when his dad passed away, he picks up the business and starts operating. He didn't realize that he wasn't in compliance. He was out there, you know, doing what he thought, you know, he could do. So anyway, when the city showed him, look, you know, you have standing stormwater, you have problems everywhere, you need to get this taken care of. He hired me. I'm on board. I want to, you know, bring this site into compliance. So if you guys have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Emmett Prescott?
Good evening. I'm Emmett Prescott. I definitely oppose this recycling that Gerald's tried to do back there. Like they said before, they started operating without any license, any permit, anything. They came in like the thief in the night, just started operating. He mentioned that we have heavy industry around us. Yes, we do. That happened before our time. This is a new community. Excuse me, sir. Can you pull up the community on this map here and get it off of that?
He's fast.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Morrow's got it.
Schooling us.
Okay, so I apologize. Just for the record, this is according to Open Neighborhoods. There's no active neighborhood organization in Chatham Parkway. That's
Well, not Chatham
That's
Parkway.
right. This
Woodville.
The subject parcel is located in the Chatham Parkway neighborhood. That's why I'm raising that.
No, it's not.
Okay. Here is the Woodville neighborhood.
Okay.
Here is Chatham Park.
Okay.
So it's right across the street from the Woodsville neighborhood.
No, do 127.
Can y'all see the, where I have the arrow at?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is where they are proposing.
That dot represents the address of the petition.
Okay, that's the address of it. However, if you look, you come right across Louisville Road, you have a set of railroad tracks. Then you're gonna run into Darlene Street. You'll see the neighborhood community center right there. Now, it may be in somebody else's district or whatever, but it's about 150 meters from that community center. Okay? And they've taken into no account the Woodville community at all. All they said, you have heavy industry back here, so we're gonna move back here too. The truck traffic. I have pictures on my phone that will show you the tractor trailer traffic that comes through Woodville on Fair Street. Okay? You have over 400 container trucks coming up through Woodville every day. Okay? That's without Gerald's recycling included. Okay? They're going to come through our neighborhood. It is not safe. They are 18-wheelers. They break down. The sidewalks are not there. You have passengers out there, you have a major bike rack, bike rack route that is designated as a bike route. You have 400 to 500 bikers that will come through there on a Saturday morning with 18-wheelers going beside these 18-wheelers going beside these trucks. So they did not give the community any insight onto what they was trying to do or what they was going to do. And they just keeps on dumping it and dumping it and dumping it on the community and saying it's okay. And it's not. It's not. It's not safe. Environmentally, it is killing us out here. The fumes from the trucks, the recycled trash that falls off the trucks. You have big pieces of metal laying in the road that you have to go out there and pick up because the police ain't gonna get there anytime soon, so you can't just leave it in the middle of the road. So you have to move it. And so all these different things go into our community. He can say whatever neighborhood they want to talk about, but the neighborhood that's going to be affected is going to be Woodville. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Chris Balcom. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I own the building. I'm Chris Balcom. I'm a Savannah resident. I own the building at 2744 Louisville Road, and so I am the adjacent property owner to this site. So I think I'm the only adjacent property owner here. My tenant in the front of the building is the Meatla Tortilla Company. They supply corn and flour tortillas to Bull Street Taco and Joppa Burrito, and I operate a vintage car brokerage out of the back. Mike's family's operated the scrapyard off Tremont for years, 17-acre site. There was no scrapyard behind us on this site. I want to be clear, I've been there for 6 years. It's been vacant land, undeveloped vacant land. When they lost the lease on the 17-acre site, that's when Mike set up shop behind us. And he assured us there would be no traffic on Fair Street and that the impact to our property would be minimal. But what I didn't know is that he was going to set up shop without any permitting or complying with any minimum development standards, and operating in complete disregard for this body or city council or any zoning. And basically what we experienced was pretty terrible. Extraordinarily heavy traffic on Fair Street, made a mess of the road, muddy when it's wet, dusty when it's dry, people parking on the right-of-way and, for both employees and clients, and then scrap metals and fluids falling off of trailers, you know, in front of my property. You know, open burning, double-stacked shipping containers, basically the code violations were so egregious that code enforcement shut them down and took them to court, which you've heard about today as well. So I've got a couple of pictures showing, how do I get back to the agenda? Right here. I just want you all to see kind of what we were dealing with. You can see, you know, tractor trailer leaving down Fair Street, which is too narrow to accommodate this kind of traffic, and the giant plume of dust that's under it. You can see the muddy mess on the road just outside of my gate. You can see the quagmire that was the operating of the illegal scrapyard. This building, which you see on the site plan, is it over here? Where's the site plan? Somewhere. I'm going to close these other ones. I'll pull it up from the agenda.
Could you guys help him out?
Yeah. You're going to go back to the agenda? Well, it's here. Well, I'm going to talk, this building is on the site plan, but it was built in January without a permit, and the edge of the slab that it's on is 3 feet from our property line. The structure itself is 14 feet from our property line, and I think the setback is a 20-foot setback. So anyway, given how completely miserable our experience was,
30 seconds.
we don't have any confidence that he'll conform to this site plan. And we are requesting that the MPC deny the SUP.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Okay, questions? All right. Nicholas Houston?
Actually, could we leave those pictures up? I think pictures.
Sure, I just want to do a little housekeeping here. I apologize. Oh, those were actually his pictures. Okay. Which one? Is it Blackburn? Balcom? Balcom. Okay.
The Balcom. because this is what my name's Nick Houston. I'm a co-owner of the property that Chris just spoke about, directly adjacent to Mr. Gerald's lot here. I think Chris did a good job at explaining that there was not an operating scrapyard here prior to him moving this year. It had been on a 17-acre property, not a couple miles away. Now then he moved it to a 1-acre property, trying to do the same thing, which is completely inappropriate for. Anyway, when Mr. Gerald began clearing this property and moving heavy equipment on the site, we met in my office along with our other neighbor, James Blackburn, who I believe has submitted a statement to the board. I believe that's in your record here, along with some other statements. To discuss his plans. I sent an email to the group beforehand outlining my concerns. This was in July of 2023, and a quick breakdown of my concerns were that we were interested in a basic site plan, ingress, egress, building demo, replacement, slash replacement, fencing, tree removal, operating hours, etc. I was concerned then about truck traffic, noise, dust, debris, having to look at it, environmental concerns, groundwater. Does this use require permitting, and if so, has it been done? It was just alluded to that they didn't know that it needed to do that. Devaluation of the surrounding properties, and clarity on who owns the other parcels directly behind that. If you look at the plat, you may have to do that after I speak. This site that's outlined here in his proposal, not all of this is his property. There are other parcels back there that are owned by other individuals that he does not own. So not only was it operating on the city right-of-way that goes all the way back down Fair Street, which had been a dead end, it had dead-ended at his property and other people's property. It goes back to the railroad track. But there are also other lots on this plat that maybe he didn't have a container on, but he is surrounding and basically using. Anyway, at the meeting, he assured us that this was going to be a little peddler yard and that he was going to be able to keep traffic off of Fair Street. What ensued was a six-day a week, cutting, crushing, banging, burning, polluting, littering, loud, smelly, muddy, dusty nightmare. Non-stop 18-wheelers and dump trucks in and out, tearing up what is essentially a one-lane road. Broken down customer trucks and trailers, blocking access and dropping debris, losing their loads, in some cases running into our building and fence. I'm still picking up scrap metal and nails from the street, which is now covered in mud and potholes. Don't be fooled by this proposal that estimates 5 18-wheelers a day. What's missing is that there are dozens and dozens and dozens of smaller trucks and trailers coming through daily. And unless I'm missing something, we can go back to, we'll have to pull up his proposal again. They have to come through twice, because they have to come down Fair Street, past our property, with their load, go into his property, come over the scale to be weighed, come back down Louisville Road, come back down Fair Street, go through the property to be unloaded, go back over the scale to be weighed again. So you're talking about hundreds of, this isn't a 5 semi-truck thing.
Thank you. Sorry, time's up.
Okay.
All right, I have Grace Newland online. Ms. Newland, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Say your name for the record, please.
Grace Newland.
Thank you.
I operate the business that's on the front part of the property at 2744 Louisville Road, so it's basically directly next door. I strongly oppose this special use permit because the recommendation that you have made to approve is based on the plan being presented, but I have reason to believe that the plan won't be followed based on our past experiences. As other people have stated, there's been numerous violations, including no business license, 13 stormwater violations, no building permits. They also refused to cease operations until they were court-ordered and threatened with fines. We have had constant daily trespassing in our parking lot with their customers parking and going through their trailers, dropping off pieces of metal, fighting. We've actually had to call the police numerous times on customers fighting. There was actually a standoff next door as well where there was numerous police cars. So, their plan mentions that their customers are queuing up, or are not queuing up on Louisville Road. Well, they're not, because they're actually queuing up in our parking lot and blocking it on a daily basis. So, in relation to the plan specifically, they were blocking the right-of-way completely so that code compliance couldn't even get back there, which is pretty dangerous if you've got chemicals and all kinds of other potentially hazardous materials back there and you're restricting emergency vehicles to even get on the property. They've been burning, the dust and the dirt that is flying has definitely increased tremendously. We're a food facility, and we do have hoods that are open to the outside, so we're just sucking that dirt that's just in the air right into our organic food facility. As other people stated, they were working 6 and 7 days a week, all nights. The noise is unbearable. And at one point, we actually had water coming into our shop through the roll-up door from what turned out to be that property. And after we called the water company, we found out that they were illegally trying to tap into the water line. As other people have stated, there's definitely way more traffic on the road than the 5 semis and 50 cars.
30 seconds left. You have 30 seconds to wrap up your comments.
Okay, and we've also been here for 5 years now and never seen that business operated as a scrap yard. So, I don't think that the items in the plan will be followed based on all of the illegal operations they've done up until this point. So I'm not sure why they would get legit unless they're forced to, but I still don't believe that they're going to follow this plan. So we strongly oppose this, and we hope.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right, Mr. Gerald and Mr. Mosley, would y'all like to respond to comments?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm gonna respond to a
Briefly,
few of them.
please.
Yes, I could prove right now. I can show, if I wish I had in front of me, could pull up how many customers we wait on a day. That would prove right there. I mean, there's never more than about 50 customers. So that's what they're saying about traffic. It's not true. I would like to actually, I'm glad he left this up. This right here, when he shows the picture of, yeah, let's go back up real quick. The vehicles to the left in this one right here are actually his vehicles that they park there every day. And they block this road constantly with trucks loading their vehicles on and off.
Okay, well, we're talking about you.
Yeah, we're talking about Nick, the guys next door
No,
to
we're
me.
talking about,
No, it was Nick.
let's focus on your project.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to, okay, my project, again, I thought I was doing everything properly when we moved. Yes, there was no scrapyard at this property. And if you look back, we did not, there was concrete already, that place has been concreted for like 15 years. My dad had the road blocked off. That Fair Street ran all the way back to the railroad tracks. That road was blocked off with a container. That was my neighbor's only concern when we sat down and had a meeting, was they wanted the road to stay blocked off. Okay, last up, let's see, the dirt on road, when they complained about that, I fixed that by dropping rock. I put down big rocks, so there was no more dirt on the road, no more mud. Let's see, Hanson's been there for 20 years. We've owned this property for 20 years, so I don't understand the other people saying that it was something else prior to this. There was a restaurant up front 10, 12 years ago. It was Mandy's Restaurant. Used to be Ernie's Restaurant. Let's see here. Mr. Jackie back in the corner. I've talked to him 5, 6 times. I don't want to bring him up. There is a house back there, but me and him have on a good relationship, so I don't understand that. I talked to him several times, but I didn't want to bring that up because there's a house on that property. Other than that, we're well away from any house. I mean, there's definitely, a quarter mile or more to the closest house to us, to residential neighborhood. So, yeah. Other than that, I mean, I don't know how else to, because some of the things up here that were said were definitely false. So, especially about the traffic, the trucks coming in and out, things of that nature. So, Then on my part, yes, did I operate without a business license? Yes, I did. Again, I thought I was doing things properly. I thought I had applied for a license. I did the ESA. I went forward with, I was finding a civil engineer. I was doing things. But even though I didn't finish it before I started, no, but I was in the process, and I thought I was doing things properly, even though we're still operating. I thought I was doing things properly. So, I mean, I wasn't finished project.
Thank you. I have one question for the applicant.
Go ahead.
Just because there's some conflict here between the two parties, you're saying that this specific parcel that's in question here was used as a salvage yard for a period of several decades until about 5 or 6 years ago?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
This property has never been used as a scrapyard.
Okay, sorry, I was confused.
He did license it at one time for a scrapyard. It was under Top Dollar Recycling, and there's been a scale there since 2006. My dad, it was always his backup plan to have this place. And he closed it off, okay? Now, as far as, can I mention one more thing? I just thought about it. The parcels of land that aren't mine, there's 2 parcels of land in the back that I'm in talks of buying now. I was in talks of buying in the past. Another thing is the 3 parcels in the middle right there. I'm in process of a long-term lease for those 3 parcels of land. So I'm not just using property that wasn't mine without talking to other people, communicating with the property owners. The last thing is, this is where things were false, we've never operated that place at night at all. We're there at 8 o'clock, maybe 7:30, we leave at 4:30. That's it. We've never operated one time at night. There's a front end loader, there's an excavator, there's trucks. I don't know where the noise is coming from that I keep hearing. I don't know how much noise the excavator and the front end loader can make, but other than that, I'd be happy to try to fix any of the concerns that my neighbors have. I've tried to work with my neighbors the whole time, so.
Go ahead, Ms. Bowles.
I have a question. So are you operating now?
Oh, no, ma'am, not at all.
Okay.
Oh, no, we've been-
So how long do you think it would take for you to fix all of the issues so that you can open back up and operate legally?
I don't know. As soon we have to, with the plan has been approved by the zoning, so we just have to comply with all of that, however long that takes. What's that? The site development process. So once we get the okay, then we go forward with the project of the encroachments, concrete encroachments, putting up the fences of things of that nature, retention ponds. So I don't know how long it's going to take. Hopefully, I won't run out of money before then.
You did mention that you needed to operate in order to come into compliance.
Yeah.
So if you're not operating, I don't see how you could come into compliance.
Well, I mean, I still have some money. I mean, we're not on flat broke yet, but it's getting close. It's getting scary, so. What was I think that's it. And then nobody told me to shut down. Somebody said that I didn't shut, the lady, I think, over the intercom, she said that I didn't shut down until, the courts, went to court. Yeah, because nobody told me to shut down until I went to court. So when I went to court, the judge said, you have to, stop operating. So I stopped operating. If code compliance would have came in and told me to stop operating, I would have stopped operating. Nobody told me to stop operating until I went to court. So, and then when they did, I stopped operating immediately. So.
All right, thank you. Mr.
I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to get clarification. So you initially stated 5 trucks.
Yes, sir.
But just a moment ago, you said about 50 trucks.
No, not 50 trucks.
So you're saying 5. What was the 5 and what's the 50?
Oh, 50 would be like cars, small trucks, regular automobiles.
Okay.
So, yes, sir.
All right, just want to get clarification. Thanks.
Yes.
Mr. Gerald, how long have you been operating without the permit?
How
long?
We had to be off the site by November, and we were shut down to pretty much December, and so from December to March was
23,
when I got shut down.
24?
23 of December, yes, sir, and then to March.
And how long did you operate the business under without a license?
So what is that, 4 months? Yes, sir, 4 months, December to March to the beginning of March. 3 months, something like that.
You plan to do right?
Yeah, of course, yes, sir.
You know, I believe in giving a man a chance to redeem himself, to open a business and be successful. I understand these neighbors' concerns. I feel like, as Ms. Bowles is trying to get across, you become in compliance with everything, and I know money, it costs.
Yes, sir.
To get permits, to get the gravel, to get the ground right, to get just everything in operation. It takes a lot of money today to operate a business.
Yes, sir.
To get started, and I don't want to know your finance sources, but, you know, you can run out quick trying.
You're right.
And I'd love to see the opportunity, you trying to, you know, to get that done, then come before the MPC. You can get those in compliance and then come back before us and say, here it is, it's done, as well as it gets inspected that it's done. And I don't think that's asking a lot, because that's what you'd have to do anyway. And it would appease the neighbors, it would appease us, and then help yourself getting ready to go in full operation. You can't piecemeal this.
Yes, sir.
You will go broke going piecemealing it. And Ms. Bowles, I think that may have been what you were maybe asking, how are you going to get in compliance with everything?
I don't see how he can.
Well, we don't know his financial sources, ma'am. We don't know his ability to put forth the effort and the funds. That's not for us to judge that, but if he can do that and then come before us with showing it was done, and that's a court order too, I would assume if the judge told him to shut his operation down, you know, he's complying with the judge in that respect, because by God, pal, if you open it, you're going to jail.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was going to try to help him out there and say, with all the back and forth that I'm hearing,
Yeah.
jail was coming in my mind. Okay, that's what's coming in my mind.
It's a large fine.
That's not our realm. That's not what we do here. That's
That's
not our
right.
decision. That's not what
Yes,
we
sir.
do here.
That's right. That's why, and that's what I said, I can only ask you if you're going to be, how you're going to be able to come into compliance if you want us to then rule to put you in business, back in business. But I'll just comment that I am not willing to give you a chance on these people's lives,
Okay.
right? Because they're already overburdened. I've already explained that. So
Okay,
that's my comment.
Let's get back to the agenda and the matter. There any other questions? Any discussion?
Well, I have a question for all of you.
Yeah, thanks, we're
That's it, okay.
we're done for
Gotcha.
now.
All right.
I have a question for Mr. Clement. He wants a special use permit from us.
Yes, to gain the construction permits to build the features of the site that would bring him into
Can we
compliance.
give him a special permit when he has property that he doesn't own, a right-of-way that he?
Those are all conditions that he has to come back. Like I mentioned, the recombination of lots and land, and the city has to grant him right-of-way. He's got a long way to go, as I think you've pointed out.
Would you show us your recommendation?
Yes.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
I understand my understanding from sitting on this commission is that special use permits are for people who have been good actors in business in the general. And they can handle a special use permit because we know that they can do business without it. This, I'm not seeing that here. I'm not seeing it.
The special use permit is for this commission to recommend city council to accept or change strictures that are not in the ordinance, because the use may not, under certain circumstances, be appropriate in an area it might otherwise be allowed. Whereas a limited use If you meet X, Y, Z, W, whatever, if you can show you've met all of these things, then you're allowed to do it. You may be allowed to do it, a special use, but there are special considerations that are applied to that use before it can be granted. That's per the language of the ordinance.
Excuse me, but just for clarification, I just want to let you know that special uses, just like any other request, have provisions that will allow you to make decisions based on public health, safety, and general welfare, following the other processes with regards to conditions of the property, conditions of whether, as you indicated, whether the applicant would follow, the policies with regards to whether it's gravel, whether it's, asphalt, things of that nature, to have the use implemented. So I just want to make sure that you understand that that is something else that you can consider. That's why you have this coming before you as a board.
All right, any other discussion? We're ready for a motion.
I make a motion to deny staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to deny staff recommendation. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
I too say yes. The motion to deny the application's passed. Thank you. All right, next to last item, special use map amendment to request a rezone from IL to BC 3202 Ogeechee Road 24-002868-ZA.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Edward Morrow again. Item number 15 is a request to amend the zoning map from its current zoning designation of light industrial to community business. And this is at 3202 Ogeechee Road. On your screen now, you can see the current zoning map and the current future land use map. The future land use indicates the subject parcel is already designated for the suburban commercial designation. And so this request is in line with that request. And also you can see that there is a portion of light industrial land that would now become BC. So this particular request is in association with an expansion of an existing daycare use that fronts on Ogeechee Road. Down here on the, actually on the top left-hand corner, you can see the two existing buildings on the site that are currently functioning as a daycare. And just to the north of that, actually over here, I'm sorry, that orientation is not correct. So that's actually going to be to your west. What is actually on the west over here, this is the subject parcel of this rezoning. You can see the proposed footprint of the new building and the stormwater facilities that are planned. I will note that this conceptual site plan is not yet confirmed. I think they are going to face some issues with this proposed curb cut here. Nonetheless, for purposes of this petition, this is the nature of the request, to expand this existing daycare use. As it has been a long day, I will fast forward to my recommendation. Staff is recommending approval of this request, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Is the applicant here?
We are.
Come forward. State your name for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Caleb Moots. I'm representing the petitioner. Long day. We saved the best for last, I promise. There's not much more to add, except that the owner of the existing daycare, and just as a correction, this is actually a church, and the building on the left is the daycare. The petitioner owns this lot, and he has bought this lot and is intending to build a new building because the current tenant, he leases out the daycare to a lady, and she has no more room to accept more children, and there's a wait list. She's currently using a house over on the other side of Ageechee Road as extra space, but obviously that's not ideal. So the new building is intended to allow her more space to accept more children. And that is pretty much it, pretty simple.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant or staff? All right, I have one speaker card. You can sit down. Thank you. Ashley Loden. State your name for the record, please.
My
You
name
have
is
two-
Ashley Loudon. And I apologize, first time at this, so I didn't really know how to do this. But I own and operate a dog daycare. I have that building, I guess, right to the south of the human daycare. And I guess my biggest, one of my biggest concerns with the rezoning is just, I guess I'd like to make sure that that wouldn't affect anything with our business. We've been operating there for 11 years now, and we've never had any complaints like noise-wise or anything like that. So I just wanted to make sure that that's not going to become an issue with a different type of zoning moving in. I also had some concerns about that giant retention pond and how that'll affect our business, since we do spend a lot of time outside with the animals, but I'm not sure if that's relevant to the rezoning process. And then, of course, I have concerns about traffic, but I think that's something that we would have to talk about with all that construction with GDOT. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for her? Go ahead, Mr. Kegler.
This is more for staff. Given the nature of her business, we got adequate fencing and separation from the kennel or the kennel and the daycare center?
Yeah.
That is correct. Yes, sir. The petitioner has agreed to install fencing and screening so that there is adequate buffering between these two different uses.
Okay.
And I have a question for the applicant. Is that going to be a dry detention or a wet detention?
It's going to be a wet detention.
Okay, if you come up and...
Sure. Yes, ma'am, it's going to be a wet detention.
Are you concerned about that with the kids?
We are installing a chain link fence.
Okay.
We are proposing a chain link fence around the pond.
All right, how deep will the detention be? Will it be a regular pond?
It'll be about 4 feet deep.
Okay.
Which could be, that's usually the depth we go to avoid any sort of unwanted vegetation growing in the pond. But it can certainly be, we have to have some wet pool for the.
We'll let stormwater work with that
Sure,
with you.
sure, of course. But yes, that is correct. Wet pool.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Mr. Coles?
The only thing that I would add is chain link fence is good, but maybe 2 chain link fences, given the, sensitive nature of children around water.
Sure, we can definitely add that. We can look into that as well, and if that needs to be a condition, certainly we could look into that.
Anything else?
And just to address some of your concerns, I don't believe there'd be any effect as to like your property as far as the zoning goes. Like you said, we'll install screening along that backside of your property so that the children aren't interfering with your work, or the dogs aren't interfering with the children's work. And also some landscaping will be installed in there as well to kind of as a noise buffer.
Bugs, I think is one, because there's already a detention pond, right on the other side. I thought that's what we all had to utilize as part of the Horizon Park.
We can't utilize that on this site because it's not part of the Horizon Park subdivision.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Any discussion? I got a motion?
Cole's motion to approve staff's recommendation.
On the second.
All right. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Nochika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunt?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wadwoody?
Yes.
I too say yes. Got approval. Thank you. All right, we are at our last item, am I correct?
You are correct. The
Oh,
only
yes,
thing standing
yes, yes.
between
We
you
do
and the
have
door is now me. So, this is a site plan approval with a variance located at 125 Crossroads Parkway. That's just south of Jimmy DeLoach. Let me show you what that looks like. Did that work? Yep. All right, so here's the subject property. You see Jimmy DeLoach to the north. This is a Savannah Economic Development Authority property. The tenant is Home Depot. It's a Home Depot distribution center. Just to give you some idea of the scale of what you're looking at. The subject parcel surrounded in that cyan color is 325.62 acres. That's a lot of land.
Yeah, it is.
You have 1.4 million square feet of building in the middle of that land, surrounded by the concrete where you will see the trucks that are parking. There we go. The actually agitated site that this building and collar footprint and roads sit in is 32.14 acres. Relatively small compared to the site as total. So some of the things I'm going to tell you, you're going to be forced to scratch your head and say, but why? And you recall that I said this was a cedar property. And so the tenant has no control over the future development or subdivision of that property. They merely leased the building for the purpose for which they leased it. And so if you look back at the subject property, you still have plenty of chunks that could grow up to be something else. What they're requesting to do is something that sounds familiar to this board because we've done it before, is replace what would be required for non-permeable surface material with permeable material, read differently, gravel. The way that the city has looked at this and we've tried to apply consistently, if the gravel pads are only for storage, placement of things to be stored on the ground, fine. We'll allow it. There's a lot of good reasons to use permeable surface where you can instead of creating large fields of concrete. The difference is, given that this is a freight terminal and the trucks, trailers mounted on chassis will be backed into place onto these pads, that does not comply with the consistency that we've tried to create for this purpose and for this variance. In addition, the area to be covered with gravel represent what would be the open space of the parking lot, which is supposed to break up the large areas of pavement. And that doesn't sound like a lot, and that's the area that you see in red on the site plan, but that itself represents 3.30 acres. Again, just to get an idea of the scale of what we're talking about. The reason for the ask is because post-COVID, the demand for trailers to be able to deliver and all of those things has increased. The way that we buy and shop and they ship things has increased. I get it. But what we're seeing is if this is going to be a greater load facility, then the site requires a site redesign. You need to relook how it's functioning and how it works. And for that reason, staff recommends denial of this. Again, and trying to highlight the reason why in the past we might have approved it and what makes this case different. Pending your questions.
It's the applicant here. Come on up. Been very patient.
What a fun afternoon.
You're telling me.
My name's William Latta. I represent the applicant. First, I just want to kind of go through the staff report. As you'll see, the staff actually agrees that the expansion of these areas is an appropriate and ideal use for this site and how it's functioning. Now, when you look at the proposed use for these areas of trailer storage, yes, I would think it would seem it's more appropriate as an outdoor storage area, which the staff report says is acceptable for the site, with the caveat that it is placed by lift. However, in reviewing the ordinance, I don't see that detail listed anywhere. And I could highlight a multitude of sites across the city of Savannah where there are non-paved surfaces being used as outdoor storage areas. I mean, these include material handling facilities. We have heavy equipment facilities where you have track loaders, you have excavators that are being driven across these areas, being put on trailers across these areas. You even have freight terminals where you see trailers, these exact types of trailers, being parked on non-paved surfaces. In fact, in one of the previous agenda items, you could see it in one of the pictures. You could see the trailers being parked. So we're just asking for that same opportunity. In fact, when you look at the aggregate base, and I want to touch on 2 points they brought up in your work session. One was a comment about stormwater, and that this is basically the same stormwater runoff as a paved surface. It's not. That's just not true. In fact, these aggregate bases, depending on how you design them, can actually improve the stormwater runoff for these areas. If you look at the materials and the details of what they suggest, turf stone, you look at what's immediately under that turf stone, it's a graded aggregate base. These aggregates are designed to handle stormwater. So we are actually improving the stormwater in these areas. The other is about the green space. And so, as I think you'll recognize, this is really not about having enough green space on the site because there's an excess of green space on the site. We're looking at 300 and something acres, of which this is a very small portion. Now, if you look at where they're going with that, you're looking at a lot of speculation. Speculation that this site is going to be subdivided. Speculation that the site is going to be subdivided under this current code. Speculation that it's going to be subdivided to where we're deficient in green space. Speculation that staff is not going to catch that. So we're talking about what is ultimately 1% of this entire site, less than 10% of the disturbed or improved site, as he mentioned, and we're being asked to redesign the entire site based on this small portion of this site, based on speculation. I just think, there's a lot to consider right there. That we are improving stormwater. We are doing this in the least intrusive manner. And so I'd ask that y'all approve this application.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So would it be a true statement to say that the site is not being used as it was originally designed?
I'm not sure I would agree with that.
Just looking at these bobtails that are parked on what obviously used to be grass, I don't think that seems to be what was originally part of the...
Yeah, okay, those areas of the site, correct.
So you don't think it's reasonable for the staff to ask you to go back and look at the site as a whole, not redesign it from the ground up, but maybe make some adjustments other than just filling these spaces in with gravel?
So in doing so, we might find that that is the best manner to redesign it, is to put gravel in these spaces. When we have the green space, it is the best manner in handling stormwater without ripping up the entire area to install additional stormwater infrastructure because we're paving it.
So it would be reasonable from our part to request you to go back and look at the design holistically and make adjustments from the original design since it's not currently being operated as the original design laid out?
If in doing what we're doing right now, if that's what you're suggesting, then yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments?
You mentioned that you could use the gravel to manage stormwater. How would you do that?
So the way that these pervious surfaces, these alternative surfaces that they reference work, stormwater flows into them, they flow into this gravel base where there's volume, there's excess volume for stormwater to be stored. It still goes into the ground similar to landscape, but you have additional volume that you've accounted for to handle that stormwater. You are also providing pressure, which is helping that stormwater enter the ground. And so it is a better solution than just paving the area, which is what they're suggesting if we were denied.
So you're going to have engineering look at that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, because I don't agree with that, but please have someone look at it.
Yeah, in fact, I can tell you that if you look at the turf stone detail, if you want to take that gravel base, extend it all the way to the top, these bases can handle upwards of 500 inches per hour of stormwater.
Could I just?
I have videos I can show.
You're asking for a variance. If you would just say how what you're proposing differs from the alternative surfaces already allowed in the ordinance.
What we're proposing is basically that gravel base, just come up to the surface.
So more like a storage tank for the stormwater.
It essentially does store some of the stormwater, yes, that's correct. Absolutely.
So, in my experience as municipal engineer, I'm working with firefighters. Our firefighter's gone, unfortunately. Gravel tends to rut. And if you have trucks that are going to be pulling these things in and out all the time, that gravel's going to rut on you, and you're going to end up having to replace it. Have you considered open cell concrete blocks that would provide earth in the middle, storage, permeability, and I was told by a firefighter, I'd swear my life on it.
Well, with all due respect to the firefighter, I mean, I don't know that he's an engineer, but
No, I don't either, but he's driven the truck on it many times.
Yes, absolutely. And this gravel base can absolutely handle the weight. Now, you talk about rutting. You're absolutely right. The maintenance on that is much easier for them to take a box blade, to regrade, to quickly regrade and restore that surface, as opposed to your closed cell concrete blocks. When that gets full of fines, of sediments, gets blocked up.
No,
you're
no,
talking
no,
about-
I'm talking about something that's like a concrete block, like a regular concrete block you'd use in a wall, with openings facing down, so that you can have grass growing in between the blocks, and the blocks provide the structural strength for the trucks.
Right, I see what you're saying. It doesn't, it's not going to handle the stormwater as well.
Yes, it will. Never mind. We don't need to argue the point, I'm sorry. Thank you.
But to further your point, with the grass growing there, yes, we're talking about mud tracking, we're talking about, I don't believe that grass is going to grow well. I mean, you're going to have a trailer that's sitting above it. I mean, this is not like a parking lot.
In those areas, you're right.
Exactly. So we think a gravel surface would be better.
Thank you.
Do you own all the green space around the site? I saw a lot of green space.
There's tons of green space around the site.
Do you own the green space around the site?
It is part of the same parcel, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Will it always be part of the same parcel?
That's speculation that I can't comment on right now.
Is it
mean,
anticipated that it will always be?
Not that I know of at this time.
Okay. Anything else? I don't think I have any speaker cards for this one.
None for me?
None for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could you state your name again for the record?
Oh,
William
sorry.
Latta, L-A-T-T-A.
Thank you.
All right. No discussion? I'm open for a motion.
Make a motion to accept staff's recommendation to deny the petition.
Cole's second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Mr. Kegler?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Wywoody?
Yes.
I too say yes. I'll entertain, oh, wait a minute, we have one more thing to do, revisions to public notification requirements.
Yes, ma'am. This is another business item that's going to be presented by Ms. Bridget Liddy from the city of Savannah. Sorry, let me actually find the agenda, which I...
Yay, Ms. Liddy, you've been reading my mind.
And this is just this is an information only. You don't have to vote or make any decisions today, but we
That
wanted to
works
make
for
sure
me.
you knew what was coming up.
We'll be brief, right?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know, I forgot how to get to the agenda, just like...
Good afternoon, good evening, Bridget Liddy, City of Savannah. I wanted to touch base with you all and let you know that we have been working diligently to review the public notification requirements for the ordinance. This all is in Article 3. Based on a lot of feedback that we've heard from you throughout the meetings, and we want to make sure that we're able to cast the net and really get that information out to the public in order for them to be informed about these decisions. We've been working closely with the Chatham County, Marcus Lotson, who has also been involved with it, and what we're trying to do is present a package that is the same within the county and the city to provide predictability, which is something that we want not only for our citizens, but also the development community. So I'm going to go through these really quickly and review them. And just to let you all know, we're going to be doing a lot more of these quick reviews now that we've hit the 5th anniversary of NUZO. So this is stuff that's coming down the pipeline. So the first aspect has to do with mailed notices. The first change will be that if there is a jurisdiction within 1,000 feet versus 300 feet of the subject parcel, that jurisdiction will get notified. We're seeing a lot more of that as we inch out closer to Bloomingdale and Garden City and other areas in Chatham County. As far as property owners and associations, currently all property owners whose boundaries lie within 300 feet of the boundaries of the subject property get a notification in the mail. What we're proposing is to change that and have two options. So the first is if the subject property is less than 5 acres, then notification would go to individuals within 300 feet of the subject parcel. However, if the parcel that's in question is 5 acres or more, then we would go ahead and cast the net and go out to 1,000 feet. And this has a lot to do when we have petitions that are adjacent in the borderlines of the county versus in the city. And to let you all know, we went back and looked at all the rezoning requests from 2001 or 2021 to the end of 2023. There were about 69 of them that came through. Out of those 69, we had, let me give you the exact percentage, 52% that were under 5 acres, and then 47% that were 5 acres and above. And so we wanted to make sure that we were looking at that. I know we've been talking with MPC, and they were concerned about, hey, take that 5 acres and bring it down to 2 acres. When we went back and looked at the numbers, we only had 6 properties that were going through rezonings that were between 2 acres and 5 acres. So we're kind of thinking that our 5 acre threshold is a good thing. And then if you have a neighborhood association or a property owners association, we're going to go ahead and increase the distance of notification from 300 feet to 1,000 feet. Once again, providing a maximum opportunity for individuals to know about what's happening. As far as the posting of notices go, I know a lot of you all hear about, oh my gosh, we didn't see the notice, or the notice wasn't posted correctly, et cetera. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a requirement that the applicant has to provide a map showing the date, time, and location of the posted signs and send that into the city of Savannah, so we will have that on record. Our goal is to have that information included with the application packet, so you'll see that and there'll be no questions, as well as notification letters that went out and who they went to. And that will happen in reference to the posted notices. They need to get that into us at least 10 days before the hearing date. It has to be posted 15 days before, but we just need to have it by 10 days, just for record. The location of the signs, there have been a ton of questions that have come through from individuals in the community who are out in some of these rural areas and the postings of the signs. Many applicants post the signs parallel to the road, so you can't really read them unless you're driving by. So we're saying, hey, let's go ahead and post them perpendicular to the road. Now, if it's on an arterial street, what we're going to do is we're going to give an additional sign, so there'll be 2 signs on both sides. So no matter which way you're coming, you'll be able to see that sign. And then we're changing the removal of those signs from 10 days to 5 days, going back to having the information about where they're posting the signs. Since we, the city, are going to be receiving that, if there is an issue with enforcement, we can take that information, give it to our code compliance department, and have them mobilize on enforcement if there are issues with signs placement not being taken down. Neighborhood meetings, there is a website, the Open Neighborhoods, which I believe we saw in one of the petitions earlier. The website has changed, so we need to go ahead and make adjustments accordingly in the website. And then finally, this is pertaining to the city of Savannah only, but special use permits, we're going to go ahead and require that a neighborhood meeting occur when we have a special use. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. There'll be some additional changes under the special use section 310 in the ordinance to ensure that that's reflected in that section. So those are the only changes that I have. We're looking at this as an incremental process. We don't want to go full throttle and making a ton of changes, but we feel as though these are strong changes. In addition to that, when people pick up their signs, we will have a policy to give to them, and they'll have to sign off on that with other instructions about how to place the signs, et cetera. So we're hoping that that will help to alleviate a lot of the tension that you all feel from some of the people who are complaining about not getting notified. And Marcus, I don't know if you wanted to say anything from the county perspective, if you wanted to add anything.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Marcus.
It's a great day to be back. Exciting meeting.
Pick the best.
Right. Just a couple of things. One of the goals here has been to try to mirror some of these regulations as much as possible between the city ordinance and the county ordinance. But because there are some just inherent differences, some things are not going to be the same. So in terms of this process, once these proposed changes are vetted through our individual leaders, and we've made the final decisions on these numbers and text changes, then all these will go through the text amendment process. So they'll come back to you for a recommendation, and then they'll go to the corresponding local governments, preferably around or at the same time, so the changes can be made at the same time, they can be uploaded at the same time, and really that's to give predictability for the people who work in the community. So whether they're doing a project in the city or whether they're doing a project in the county, they won't necessarily have to fumble through both ordinances to be sure what they're doing as far as public notice. The other thing is there will be some things, as Bridget mentioned, that are only applied to the city. There's some differences that are fundamental, specifically special uses, for example. They're handled differently in the unincorporated area, so we'll handle that differently. The other big piece is that the unincorporated area is a lot less likely to have neighborhood organizations that are formal. So it's a little easier when you've got designated neighborhood associations with contacts, et cetera. We are aware of a number of neighborhood groups that have made themselves known to us. So we will treat them essentially as associations and notify them as such. And so that's one of the major changes. The thing that we see, while we believe this is important, is that a lot of properties in the unincorporated area are often impacted by projects in the incorporated area.
Yeah.
So properties get annexed, et cetera, and if they're being developed, especially on the west side, more than likely those neighbors are going to be unincorporated neighbors. So we want to have a little more opportunity for them to speak and be heard before you, before city council, before county commission, et cetera. And we think this will go a long way in doing that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Travis.
As far as the 5 acres with 300 feet, like 5 acres in an urban setting is a tremendous amount of land.
Yes.
Can we increase that to maybe 500 feet? Because 300 feet isn't even a block. So people on the same block wouldn't even be noticed.
Yes, we're looking into to modifying that from the 300 to the 500, so that's something that it's a moving thing.
Gotcha.
Yep.
The other thing is, as far as signage, like dead-end streets, is there any way to require there's a very specific example because it's very close to my home, but dead-end streets, putting the signage at the end of the street doesn't really notice the people in the community. Could it be required that it's at the nearest intersection?
We've had a little bit of an issue with this example over the years based on where properties are located, because on the one hand, the applicant needs to post a sign on their property. Any place else they're posting it, they're either in the city or county right-of-way or possibly state highway right-of-way or on someone else's property. So that's a slippery slope in terms of where we can tell them to do that.
But I feel like, coming from a realtor's position, if I do an open house, I have a sign in the yard and then directionals at the end of the streets to point them to it. So even if it wasn't a full notice, but something that said there is a notice at the end of this street, and if it's in the right-of-way, it seems like that would be legal.
I think we probably can look at allowing the placement of signs in rights-of-ways because they're temporary and because of the size of them, and they're less likely to cause an obstruction. But I think it's something we have to be careful with, though, because we're allowing somebody to place something, in a public right-of-way or potentially on private property. We do see the issue with the placement of sign in some of those secluded properties that are proposed to be rezoned. You wouldn't know that the sign was there unless you drove down to the end of the street or something.
Yeah, and there's language in here that says if the property does not have street frontage, at least one sign shall be placed on the property at the access point, and additional signs shall be placed on the nearest public right-of-way. And one of the things that we need to do is kind of look and define what is the nearest public right-of-way and have that be clear.
Because that sounds more like a landlocked lot versus a lot at the
Yep.
end of that.
Yep. So that's something that we're trying to define as well.
I think when we come back with the final draft, we'll have some tighter language for that portion.
Thank you very much for doing that.
One other thing that was discussed at the pre-meeting, just so that you know, was having the people posting it take a photo with a date and timestamp on it.
And Mr.
So I just wanted to
Nochika
reiterate that that's what was discussed at that meeting, sir.
Mr. Nochika had something.
But just one thing, on the neighborhood meeting requirement, I understand that, that's great. I just ran into an issue with Victory Heights that only meets quarterly. Can we put in something there for the neighborhood meetings that if it's gonna?
So what we're doing is we are trying to look at our neighborhoods and what their schedules are.
Okay.
And seeing if there's a better way of, instead of having them meet quarterly, maybe they have special call meetings. It's very difficult for us to go in there and tell them what to do. So we need to work with our neighborhoods and give them more training in reference to zoning items that are coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, but just some sort of way where it's not a burden on the applicant that they've got to wait 90 days.
Well, the way it's written in the ordinance, it says, hey, you have to provide proof that you've reached out to that neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the,
Cole's motion to adjourn.
all in favor?
Is anyone opposed to that?
I missed one.